states that have been more balanced in their approach for energy policies, that have, allowed the market to predict or to dictate what energies are going to, rise to the top. Those states are seeing lower prices. So, energy diversity is great. Wind and solar have a role, particularly solar as it goes forward. But, everything has to have that dispatchable, always available baseload power that is natural gas there to kind of, maintain equilibrium. Natural gas can peak up or ramp down if you have that really cold night or that really hot day. Intermittent power like renewables just can't do that. And, we're also seeing a lot of states, including here in Pennsylvania, starting to look at nuclear power as another good resource with advanced nuclear technology coming online, a lot of good conversation around that. So, the energy is there. The political will in the United States has been part of the problem, or politicians kind of virtue signaling one energy resource over another. It's good to start seeing some political will on all sides of the aisle move past that and really get back to that balanced energy approach. That means that we're going to have, all the energy we need. We can break the log jams on permitting for transmission lines and pipelines and all the other things that have kind of led to these higher prices and less reliable energy. And if we do that, then the data center issue kind of takes care of itself as well.
Now, last thing for you, what if, and you guys are nonpartisan, you're a nonprofit organization, you're about 20 years old or so, and it's the Consumer Energy Alliance. What happens if the people in charge of kind of your publicity or whatever, and you're going to give a speech, you're going to be part of a panel, and they kind of alert you, say, hey, there's going to be some hardcore environmentalists here, and you're going to get some questions in that realm. Are you able to, I don't want to say offset them because that's the wrong word, but are you able to many times satisfy what their concerns are, particularly in smaller communities?
Sometimes, and first, bring it on. I love the good conversation and the good national debate, but, energy should be affordable, reliable, and clean. Those politicians and those organizations that create this false choice that say the only way to achieve our clean goals is to ban oil, is to ban natural gas, is to ban nuclear. That's just a lie. And the United States has proven that fact because we are leading the world in environmental performance. Carbon reductions, VOC, volatile organic compound reductions, nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, any environmental measure, any emission criteria that you want to look at, the United States is number one. So we've proven we can do it while we're also now the number one oil and number one natural gas producer in the world at the same time. So, we've got to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. If you are trying to ban a certain form of energy on the backs of an environmental argument, now we're seeing, look at the states in the Northeast that have said no to coal, no to nuclear, no to natural gas pipelines. Whenever there's a severe weather event, they're importing oil from Russia or Venezuela, and they're burning more fuel oil. So their emissions are going up. So you can make the argument that some of these so-called environmental regulations have actually harmed the environment in certain regions of the country. So the conversation, I welcome that conversation. I welcome the opportunity to have that conversation because we have shown in the country, in Pennsylvania and other parts of the country that are producing a lot of energy, that we can produce clean, affordable energy that makes our electricity grid more reliable and advances economic opportunity for all Americans, regardless of color, regardless of socioeconomic background. If you're on a fixed income, if your prices go up, you are impacted more than folks that can afford to pay more. So all these things need to be more broadly discussed. And from a CEA, Consumer Energy Alliance perspective, we welcome those debates. And in a lot of ways, we're on the same side with some of these environmentalists.
Mr. Holt, you're a good man. I appreciate you taking the time today. President, Consumer Energy Alliance. Appreciate it. We'll talk again soon.
Colin, I really appreciate it. Y'all have a good one.
Absolutely. Enlightening stuff. Really, really good stuff. And he's ready. He's ready to take it on. He's ready to get to this area and talk about it. That's for sure. Really enlightening conversation, honestly. Good stuff. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hey, Margo.
All right. Hey, Colin. Looking at the major roadways, seeing something going on the Parkway West inbound that is causing some congestion around the exit towards Green Tree. An accident it might be, but we'll make sure to report as soon as we know exactly what it is. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 50 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Data and AI centers have been touted as a potential boon to the economy. But how do voters feel? This is Radio KDKA's David Bollerado looks at the numbers.
The latest Quinnipiac University poll of Pennsylvania finds voters heavily opposed to having an AI data center in their community. 68% would oppose one, only 20% would support it. Polling analyst Tim Malloy.
That's an overwhelming, whopping dismissal of the idea. So the magic of AI is the future, but there's a lot of uncertainty, and behind all this is it going to cost your neighborhood, your neighbor, and yourself money.
The numbers show weak support regardless of political affiliation, with only 28% of Republicans in favor of building an AI center in their community, 22% of independents, and just 12% of Democrats. David Bollerado, News Radio, KDKA.
Arts Landing is nearly complete. Kendra Whitlock of the Pittsburgh Cultural Trust says the new 4.5-acre downtown park located on the downtown side of the Allegheny River is right on schedule.
We are so close. We're about 85% complete with the project. We're putting the finishing touches on. Even in the snow and the cold, our team from Mascaro has just been working around the clock to make sure that we're ready to open.
She says beyond being used as an activated spot for the draft in April, Arts Landing will remain for all Pittsburghers to enjoy long after the draft is over. Getting people from here to there, that's the focus of regional leaders as they try to figure out how to get 500,000 people into the NFL draft in downtown Pittsburgh, April 23rd through the 25th. Lillian Gabreski, Director of Transportation for the Southwest Pennsylvania Commission, says that it takes a lot of coordination.
Really what we've been doing here at SPC is hosting a lot of meetings, connecting everyone, trying to make sure everyone's on the same page about, how they're going to handle any necessary changes during this time, how they're going to communicate those changes to everyone in the region.
She says people can expect details on how to get around during that weekend to be released over the coming week. Another sign that spring will be here soon, Page's Ice Cream Shop in Pittsburgh will open for its 75th season early next month. Page's says the 2026 season kicks off on March 9th for its 75th year at the store located at the intersection of Becks Run Road and East Carson Street. New for this year, Page says the updates have been made to its ordering process. Details coming soon. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 307 points, NASDAQ up 288, the S&P 500 up 56 points. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Sidney Crosby will miss the next 4 weeks. He has been put on injured reserve. He was hurt at the Olympics in Canada's quarterfinal game. KDKA Radio News time is 5:32. Our next update comes away at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
A warmer, safer winter in every home across Pittsburgh is why NRG is proud to sponsor the 18th annual Warmathon and honored to share in this city's generous spirit. When you pick NRG as your energy supplier, you'll have the power to do more, like earn cash back and travel rewards, or even contribute to local nonprofits just for paying your bill. With NRG, giving back is built in. Learn more and switch today at picknrg.com.
How about some fantastic February savings at Coons Market? Isn't that right, Frank Tantisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, USDA Choice Boneless Chuck Shoulder Steaks or Roast for $6.49 a pound. In the produce department, Sunkist Cara oranges, 8-pound bags, $5.99 each. In our deli, Eckrich Top Round Roast Beef is $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Folgers Coffee, 22.6 to 25.9 ounce cans, $11.49 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else.
One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Crews are arriving to a multi-vehicle accident on the Parkway West inbound right before exit 65 towards Carnegie. This is causing a lane restriction, so bumper-to-bumper traffic is starting to back you up around the 79 interchange as you try to head inbound on that route. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy for tonight. We'll get down to 23 for an overnight low. Clouds will give way to some sunshine tomorrow with a high close to 40. And then we'll have a partly to mostly cloudy sky tomorrow night, a low 24. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show. Will we need the KDKA Radio Storm Center again? Plus, win tickets to see the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, a sign of spring.
Here we go. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Where was I? Oh, I can't, I'm going to save that story about Shummer for tomorrow. Programming note, by the way. 3-hour show tomorrow because we got like 12 basketball games in the course of 3 days. And they start tomorrow, WPIAL championships. Paul is doing a ton of them, which will be interesting. He's got to do play-by-play and remember, and like go from game to game to game to game. I don't know how those guys do it. I've never done play-by-play, and I never will. That's a certain skill. And then on Friday, how about this? 1-hour show. 1-hour show. I'll come in here and do it. I could do it from home, but it doesn't sound as good, and that bothers me. So I'll come in here and do it. Now, I can't get away from this story from Arizona. And and we talked about it in the 3 o'clock hour. 12 News, Phoenix. This is one where I think people cleared it up for me, maybe. That once the drawing goes off, the ticket's void. But I don't know. Listen what this guy tried to do. He wants to cash in.
It was November 24th when a customer walked into this Circle K at Bell Road and 56th Street. They wanted to replay their lucky numbers for the pick drawing, an Arizona lottery game where 6 numbers stand between you and a life-changing jackpot. The cashier printed $85 worth of tickets. The customer paid for $60 worth and left. The remaining tickets sat on the counter. That night, the Arizona Lottery held its drawing, and somewhere in that leftover stack of tickets was a winner. Not just a winner, the winner, a jackpot worth $12.8 million. The next morning, store manager Robert Galitza came in to start his shift. According to a lawsuit filed this week in Maricopa County, he quickly learned a winning ticket had been printed at his store the night before. He found the leftover tickets and checked them, and he confirmed one of them matched all 6 numbers. What he did next is where the story takes a turn. According to the complaint, he clocked out, took off his Circle K uniform, and walked back in as a customer, paying $10 for the remaining tickets, including the one he already knew was worth nearly $13 million. He signed the back of the ticket but never cashed in. That's because Circle K found out what had happened and intervened, taking the ticket to corporate headquarters where it remains tonight. Now Circle K is suing Galitza and Arizona Lottery. According to the complaint, under Arizona lottery rules, if a ticket is printed, refused by a customer, and not resold, the retailer owns it, which could mean Circle K itself has a claim. Now, all the parties involved have until May 23rd to get this sorted out because that's when this $12.8 million lotto ticket expires and becomes a worthless piece of paper. We're in North Scottsdale tonight. Kyle Simchuk, 12 News.
I wish I was in North Scottsdale tonight. What a beautiful place, I'll tell you that. So, okay. Now, the more I think about this, initially I thought this guy has a claim. Now, probably not. He knew it was a winner. It's probably void after it goes off if you sell it after, although it was bought beforehand. Now I'm talking myself into circles. But he's a dummy for being so anxious. I have arrived there for sure. The guy wanted to cash in. What he should have done was, if he had any chances of cashing in, was this. Taking that ticket, gone, oh my gosh, my life has changed. Put it in his pocket or in a safe place, worked at Circle K another couple months or whatever, and driven to Flagstaff or, I don't know, some other city and cashed it in somewhere and tried to do that. Not changing his clothes in the parking lot, coming in, buying that, and saying, oh, here we go. I want my money, I want my money, I want my money. And trying to do it real fast. There's three parties here. The guy, who worked there, the manager, who wants the money, has the ticket, the store, and then the Arizona Lottery. If the Arizona Lottery actually has ownership of this ticket, it's just going to be baked back into the lottery, folded back in. Nobody will really see the money. If the store does, the store has a claim to it, then the store is going to be a lot nicer in a couple weeks. If the guy has ownership of it, that Circle K job, well, he's already quit probably, thinking he's going to win. He ain't getting his job back. But he'll have a lot of money. The more I think about it, the lottery's going to end up with this. I'm going to follow this story. I just am. At first I heard it, I was kind of interested. And then I was like, I don't know. But I still am going to follow it. I think the lottery's going to end up winning. I have an Arizona lottery story. We went to hike the Grand Canyon, and we were on this like shuttle, and we stopped in Flagstaff, which is beautiful, right by Northern Arizona University. And, of course, I get off with a couple degenerate Western Pennsylvanians who I know, and they're actually, good guys. Dr. Dave Rottinghouse and his brother and about 7 people with the surname White. They're all super people. And so we get off of this shuttle, and we're going to eat lunch at this place in Flagstaff. So, of course, we bought scratch-off tickets because the venerable defense attorney Casey White can't help but gamble. So we buy these scratch-offs. I win $100 at this Flagstaff grocery store. I'm thinking, okay. I go up to the front, and I say to the guy, okay, here we go. Because they were all in a machine, right? I go up to the guy at the front, the customer service. I said, hey, I'd like to cash in. He looked at me and he goes, there's nobody here that can do that for you right now. So what are you talking about? There's nobody here. I'm getting back on this. We're going up to the north rim of the Grand Canyon in like 10 minutes from now. I just won it legally and of fine accord. This isn't, I'm not trying to jake you. I want my $100. It was like a $5 scratch off. And I wasn't mean about it, but he goes, nobody here can do that for you right now. Manager's not here. I can't pay out. You got to come back later tomorrow. And that's how fast life is in Flagstaff. Nobody's worried about it. So I said, oh, okay. So then we go hike the whole Grand Canyon or whatever. It's like 2 days later. We stop at a gas station. I go in and I hand it to him. And I said, hey, I'd like to cash in. I bought this somewhere else. The guy goes, nah, I don't think I can do it today. I'm not the guy. The manager has to be here. I'm thinking, I'm going to go home to Pittsburgh, $100 ticket in my pocket. He goes, there's an address on the back. You can mail it to the state capitol or whatever, and they'll send you a check in the mail. I'm thinking, geez, I just want $100. Finally, we make it back to Scottsdale, and I walked into a gas station, and luckily, the guy ended up handing me $100 for the ticket. But it was like pulling teeth to get the $100. I was ready to just say, I don't know what I was ready to do. But it was much more difficult than I ever anticipated. Anyhow, that's the last I'll play scratch-offs in Arizona, so I can kind of understand this guy's pain. Coming up next, I got terrible news about 90 minutes ago. I'll explain, and I'll send you off into your Wednesday evening. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margo.
All right, thanks, Colin. Crews continue to clean up an accident on the Parkway West inbound right before exit 65 towards Carnegie, causing a lane restriction and those lanes to stack all the way from the 79 interchange as you try to head there. So look out for that area. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Elevate your sleep experience with an adjustable bed and make everyday activities like reading, watching TV, and working in bed more comfortable. At the Original Mattress Factory, we know not all adjustable beds are created equal. You want one that has the features you actually need, like anti-snore and zero-gravity positions. We offer high-quality adjustable bases paired with a hand-built mattress, all at a factory direct value. And we have product in stock and ready when you are. Visit an OMF location to elevate your sleep experience today.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, Paul Alexander, this is crazy. All this talk about Flagstaff, Arizona. Well, guess what? If you want to hang out with me, my lovely wife, Shelley, well, we have a plan to have an amazing trip, and it starts in Flagstaff, Arizona. We're all going to buy lottery tickets and get rich. Well, at least we'll try. This is going to be amazing. A 5-day Arizona adventure. Sedona's Red Rock Country, where freedom feels as big as the views. And we're going to stand at the edge of the Grand Canyon, one of America's greatest natural treasures. And how about the crystal blue waters of Lake Powell? Carved by time, grit, and nature, and it's just amazing. One unforgettable trip, history, adventure, and American beauty, all without the crowds or the summer heat. We're going in September, the absolute perfect time to go. These spots are going to fill up quickly. Remember, the crowds are going to be low, and the temperatures are going to be comfortable. Here's what you need to do. Call 800-383-3131 and talk to my good friends at Cruise and Tour. That's 800-383-3131 or go online, travelwithkdka.com. This is going to be so much fun. It'll give you something to look forward to. And just when you think, oh, my gosh, summer's over, you have another great trip to look forward to. I can't wait to be there.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but will work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Medicare can be a maze, but it doesn't have to be. I'm Lisa Loro with Secure Money Health, and I wrote the Ultimate Medicare book to guide you through every step. I've helped many people understand their Medicare benefits, and I would love to help you too. Learn the strategies that make Medicare manageable and ensure you're making the best choices for your health and finances. Visit MedicareBookOffer.com and grab your complimentary copy today. That's MedicareBookOffer.com.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a customized glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online at boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a few questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price. Or call 412-621-1799.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Look ahead what's happening with Paul at 6. Hi, Paul.
Calling local senators' reaction to last night's State of the Union. We'll have that coming up for you. Top of the hour right here in the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, so Wednesday. Let me rehash a little programming because we have, this is just an estimate, between tomorrow at about this time and Saturday night, there's like 132 basketball games on our air. So that'll be good from the Peterson Event Center. And those Hampton Talbots were a couple minutes away from playing in one of them, but great game by Thomas Jefferson last night. It was nice if they were going to lose to see Dom DeSico, who's a wonderful man, the Thomas Jefferson coach, get to the Pete in the WPL Finals in 5A. He really is a great guy. He's just a super, super great guy. So if they were going to get beat by anybody, it was okay to see him do it. All right, so I'm sitting here about, 90 minutes ago doing the show, and I got a text from a City of Pittsburgh firefighter who knows my old neighbor, who is one of the greatest guys ever. And he alerted me that on the City of Pittsburgh firefighters page, there's a tribute to my old neighbor who just passed away. And it was news to me because my wife had just run into my old neighbor, Mr. Ron, like last Tuesday or something at the grocery store. But I'm sad to report that one of the greatest men I've ever known, Mr. Ron, has passed away at 89 years old. And now you may not know Mr. Ron. You probably don't. You may, but you might not. But he's not just Mr. Ron. He's emblematic of a better time. So I got word, like I said, about 90 minutes ago, that my old neighbor and the best neighbor I ever had, Ron Welker, has died. He lived in Hampton. Let me read to you his obituary and then give you a story about him. Ron C. Welker, 89 years old, Hampton Township, passed away February 22nd. Born 1936, February 26th in Pittsburgh, son of the late Clarence and Jane Welker. Ron was the proud captain for the Pittsburgh Fire Department and an Army veteran. He's survived by his loving wife of 65 years, Janet Hunt. Children Ron Welker and Janice Welker. Grandchildren Cameron, Kira, Paul, and Jared. And siblings James Welker and Lawrence Welker. Preceded in death by his parents along with the siblings Joe and Betty. Friends will be received, and it lists the arrangements. Now, a few years ago, he turned 85. And now we have since moved from the house where he was our next door neighbor. But he turned 85. And I went back, and I remember going over his house and hanging out. I hung out with him a lot, especially when I lived next door to him, but I'd stop over all the time in the past few years. And obviously 4 years ago, he turned 85, and I wrote this on social media, and I decided to revisit it this afternoon. Happy 85th birthday to one of the greatest men I've ever known and one of the greatest friends I've ever had, Ron Welker. Retired city fireman. He's my old next-door neighbor. He's the kind of man who would wake up at 5 a.m. when it would snow and shovel everyone's driveway on the street. Then just quietly go inside wanting no praise or thanks. He'd drag your garbage cans in from the curb, and when you asked him about it, simply say, I don't know who did it. Ron gave me the sage advice about why his GPS isn't activated. At 85 years old, he told me, if you don't know how to get there on your own, at this point in your life, it's only a place that can get you in trouble. He comes from the greatest generation of men. All he knows and has ever known is hard work, family, faith, and good friends. I wish him a happy birthday. They don't make people like him anymore. That's when he turned 85 about 4 years ago. And I mean it. That generation of people, and I can still see him out there at 80-some years old with his snowblower, shuttling off everybody's driveway before they could get up, simply because he loved to work and do things for other people. That generation of men, they just don't make them anymore. And I was saddened to hear the news today, but at 89, he absolutely did live a wonderful, wonderful life of service. So, R.I.P. Ron Welker. All the old firemen will say he was one of the best guys they ever worked with. I'll talk to you tomorrow. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. There is a shoulder closed on the Parkway West inbound because of an accident around the Carnegie exit. This is causing some heavy congestion because it did cause a lane restriction a little bit earlier. So you'll hit your brake lights around the 79 interchange on that route. Also, it is backing up the Parkway West outbound a bit after the Fort Pitt Tunnel as well as people look at the accident, and that's as you head up towards Carnegie. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters, doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly clear and 48 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. A local advocate is urging parents to talk with their teens after a sextortion case at Peters Township High School. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
When Gail Brown with Pittsburgh Action Against Rape heard about the arrest of an 18-year-old accused of targeting classmates in an alleged sex extortion scheme at Peters Township High School, she says her first concern was for the victims.
And that they are kids that were coerced into believing that they were talking to somebody else, and they sent pictures, and then that quickly turned into threats and some extortion, blackmail.
Brown says warning signs can include secrecy, sudden requests for money, or threats tied to explicit images. Most importantly, she stresses victims need reassurance that what happened is not their fault and that support is available. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
A former Denny's employee is accused of exposing himself inside the restaurant. West Mifflin police say 29-year-old Zachary Hiles was arrested after exposing himself Sunday morning to 3 women at Denny's on Lebanon Church Road. Court records indicate Hiles also made lewd comments and gestures. He's now facing indecent exposure, harassment, and disorderly conduct charges. A new poll of Pennsylvania voters has some interesting findings about Governor Shapiro. News Radio KDK's David Bollerado has more.
The Quinnipiac University poll finds Governor Shapiro's approval rating at 56%, polling analyst Tim Malloy.
He's a very popular governor, very good numbers, top 6, 7 governors in the country. But when we asked Pennsylvanians, how would you do in the Oval Office? Very middling numbers, sort of a 50-50 vote. So yes for the state, no for the Oval Office.
President Trump, who carried Pennsylvania in 2024, has been shedding popularity points for months, with 40% of state voters approving of how he's doing his job. That may be due in part to pocketbook issues, with only 3 in 10 voters surveyed saying they think the economy is getting better. David Bollerado, News Radio KDKA.
70-plus Democratic congressmen and senators were a no-show at President Trump's State of the Union address last night. Senator John Fetterman telling Marty Griffin on KDKA that while he believes his colleagues have a right to boycott the speech, he feels it was disrespectful.
For me, it's just regardless, Republican, Democrat, whoever's the president, really should respect the office and respect the tradition of the speech now for that, honestly.
Fetterman says Congress should be setting the example for the rest of the nation. The NFL draft is about 2 months away. How are 500,000 people going to get to the draft sites at the Point and Acrisure Stadium? Lillian Gabreski, Director of Transportation of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, says football fans won't want to drive into the Golden Triangle that weekend, so the emphasis will be on park and ride.
We have these on the north side, the south side, east-west of the city, and most of the transit operators will be working to connect these to ease the flow of visitors downtown.
Gabreski said hotel operators also in planning mode right now. Again, the draft April 23rd through the 25th. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 307 points, the Nasdaq up 288, the S&P 500 up 56. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Penguins captain Sidney Crosby is down for 4 weeks on injured reserve. The team made that announcement this morning. They will resume their NHL season tomorrow at home against New Jersey. Crosby got hurt in the Olympic quarterfinal game for Team Canada. KDK Radio News Time is 6:03. If you're injured, time to hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan. Dial poundlaw. For the people. Right now, it is mostly clear and 48 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your family is always on the go. So are the Tootie trucks and technicians. Tootie has been servicing homes and businesses in the Pittsburgh area for over 35 years. Trust Tootie with your home's heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical systems. Your family's comfort and safety are always their top priority. At Tootie, you're part of the family. Tootie provides superior home services with unparalleled honesty and professional courtesy. Call today, 412-499-3110.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
All right, your Pratt Pack for a midweek Wednesday at 6:05 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDK AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Heavy rush hour congestion is starting to let up a bit on those major roadways. Just still seeing stacked lanes on the Parkway West and East. The East being congested around the bend at Bates as you head towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And on the Parkway West, both lanes are stacked around the Carnegie exit because of an earlier accident. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have some clouds around tonight, a low of 23. Clouds will give way to some sunshine tomorrow with a high near 40. And by Friday, a beautiful day, a little spring preview with sunshine and a high up to 56. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, listen up. I'm going to give you the entire State of the Union that took 2 hours in 3 minutes. And ready, set, go. Trump's roaring economy is at odds with sour public sentiment. Depends on who you're talking to. Also, President wraps himself in the American flag. I loved it. Taking aim at Democrats. A little over the top, but I think some of it deserving for members of my party, the Democratic Party. The Supreme Court's unfortunate decision. I get it. He's trying to make it a good deal when it comes to these tariffs for both sides. He also talked about action being taken on election cheating, meaning voter ID. Hey, we have a driver's license. We have real ID. If it can make the process safer and more simple, as opposed to using paper ballots in 2026 when we walk around with a computer in our hand, absolutely all for it. No mention of the Minneapolis situation as that drumbeat gets louder. I get it. People need to hear about it. We've heard about it a lot. We didn't need to hear about it last night. And one of the longest ever State of the Union addresses. So what? It's once a year. And for those of you who have been saying we've done enough with it, let's just forget it. Let's move on. It's turned into a circus. It's more like we're welcoming a king into his chambers as opposed to the president of the United States. Can't you all leave well enough alone? Can't we have something that goes back to the origin of this country? Anytime I have been a part of a State of the Union, and let me just tell you, because of my incredible partnership here at KDKA Radio, I've been a part of them for over, well, close to 4 decades, if not over. And I think it's a great night. It's a night to be proud. And the thing that I really finally figured out in 2026, it's okay for people to boo and chant, hold up signs, and stay on their seat as opposed to rising to the occasion and joining in on the thunderous applause. Because that's America. That's who we are. We have that ability to say, I don't like that. But if you would maybe take a look at the pomp and circumstance and the whole thing that is the President's State of the Union and why it's such a big deal, maybe you would understand why this country is such a big deal. Maybe you would understand that this country was built by people from all walks of life, all religious beliefs, all races, all nationalities, and some rich, some not so rich, and some very poor. It's the secret sauce. It's the recipe for success. So instead of removing things that have made us who we are, let's hang on to what made us great the first time. And as far as this broadcaster is concerned, it's one of the reasons we are the greatest country in the world. I didn't just like it, I loved it last night. We're going to talk more about it and give you a chance to jump in here. Also, Pennsylvania talking about natural gas and other things that I'm all in whenever he does. So we're going to have Josh Kale jump in here, state representative, after local news at 8, to give us his thoughts on how it connects to Pennsylvania. But the other big story trending, there's a couple. You got 4 people dead who sailed into Cuban waters. So some questions need to be answered there. You know, at one time, we were so strong militarily that we didn't worry about who was on our borders, who was just maybe a boat ride away. But now we better be concerned. You know, Cuba, very tight with the former president, now behind bars from Venezuela. Who knows what's going on there? Who fired first? Some say that American vessel, Coast Guard. I don't know. Let's just wait for the facts to roll out. But that's another powder keg waiting to happen. But I'm going to tell you right now, we're not taking anything from Cuba, in my opinion. Nothing. All right, now, the other story. Epstein files. Some of them are missing. That could have involved President Trump. Oh, my. Here we go. Scandal. Where's the National Enquirer when you need him? Look, Jeffrey Epstein was scum. He's gone. The world is no worse for it. I'm glad he's gone. He should be gone. And I can tell you right now, growing up, if any of this stuff that allegedly happened to some of these young women, sadly, they wouldn't have been waiting around for the law to take its course. I'm just saying. I grew up with 5 sisters. I know what my mission was and what my dad told me every day. Even if it means you laying your life down, you protect your sisters. And I have a 24-year-old daughter. And believe me, I am the nice guy that you've come to know and love on this radio station, but I don't think you want to go there, okay? I'm just saying, we have to start talking, like this case in Peters Township. Parents, sit your kids down like I still tell my 26-year-old, 24-year-old, and soon-to-be 35-year-old, don't trust anybody, okay? There are people that are simply scum, okay? The world is not even the way it once was when I was growing up. Even 30 years ago, it's not that way anymore. It's more than stranger danger. It's people that have big ticket items and big bank accounts who get their kicks doing horrible things. And it's been going on since time began, and it'll never stop going on. That's why P. Diddy, Sean Combs, is behind bars. It's not going to stop, okay? But you, as a parent, need to tell your children, look, if I hear my 24-year-old tell me one more time, I know, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to remind her when I see her the next time. Why? Because God forbid if something would ever happen, at least I know in my heart I did everything, went above and beyond to protect my children. And I do it with my friends' children all the time. Because I see what's out there. I report on these stories every day. And I'll be honest with you. I haven't even thought once other than I'm glad Jeffrey Epstein's gone. But is this going to overtake the airwaves? Is this going to be a political puzzle that we're going to be trying to figure out? As I said, political puzzle more than actually getting to the bottom line, which is criminal justice and letting the system handle these individuals who allegedly committed these horrific crimes. You got people in higher education stepping down. You got a member of the royal family destroyed. You got a member of the government destroyed in the UK. It's just a tipping point. And if the president is involved in any of this, believe me, there are private investigators working on it right now because there are people in Washington that simply can't stand him. And if you didn't realize that, then maybe you didn't listen to the State of the Union last night. All I know is this thing will work itself out. And I had to talk about it because it is a big story. And when you think of what happened in Peters Township, that's a horrific story. But both of these are reminders telling you, as I tell myself, you got to talk to your children and grandchildren. You have to sit them down and explain what is going on in the world today. And it's bigger than stranger danger. I mean, you have bullying, you have mass shootings. This stuff never stops. Nobody gets a bloody nose anymore. They get a bullet. Or they get destroyed for life and never have a chance to return to that gentle time in their life when it's stripped away from them. Sometimes I wish we could settle things the way we used to settle things back in the day, but you can't do that because the next thing you know, you'll have a lawsuit slapped against you. But all we can do is all I do. Every time I see my children, I remind them, you're young, you're vulnerable, please be careful. Look, it happened to me a lot when I was growing up by every member of society, both sexes, okay? It did. 18 and under, my early 20s, being in entertainment, working in that supper club. I had all kinds of things happen to me. But because of my parents drilling down on me and telling me over and over and over, don't go there. And if anybody does anything inappropriately, get out and come right back and tell us. And believe me, there's a few people on this planet who are fortunate that I didn't tell my dad. So do me a favor. Nothing ever went beyond where it should have back then, but it made me stronger and more alert to where I've been able to protect my children by talking to them. And that's what you need to do. All right, 6:15. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Starting to see traffic subside on those major roadways besides for a bit of congestion continuing on the Parkway West outbound, starting right after the Fort Pitt Tunnel up towards Carnegie, and on the inbound side from the 79 interchange towards Carnegie. That's because of an earlier accident. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Time now for a Black History Month Spotlight.
Today, we honor U.S. Congresswoman Summer Lee. A North Braddock native, she graduated from Woodland Hills High School, earned a journalism degree from Penn State, and a law degree from Howard University. In 2018, she became the first Black woman elected to the Pennsylvania State House from Allegheny County, winning re-election twice before making history again in 2022 as the first Black woman from Pennsylvania elected to the U.S. House, representing the 12th District. She now serves on the Education and the Workforce Committee and the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, continuing her work for education, social justice, and the Pittsburgh community.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
When was the last time you watched your home movies? Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here. Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring. Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now. JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet. Just a couple things, huh? Maybe more than a couple.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in store and online. Staples. That was easy.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hey, folks, Marty. Why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon and KDK Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
A warmer, safer winter in every home across Pittsburgh is why NRG is proud to sponsor the 18th annual Warmathon and honored to share in this city's generous spirit. When you pick NRG as your energy supplier, you'll have the power to do more, like earn cash back and travel rewards, or even contribute to local nonprofits just for paying your bill. With NRG, giving back is built in. Learn more and switch today at picknrg.com.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention KDKA.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's Paul Alexander.
Rob, thank you very much. We have an honor for a man who created one of the greatest horror films ever, filmed right here in Pittsburgh. Details coming up, bottom of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Bloomberg Money Minute time. Bloomberg Radio right here, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks gaining today. The Dow gained 308. The Nasdaq was up 288. S&P taking in 56 points. Newark Liberty International Airport will start testing self-driving shuttle buses in the spring to haul passengers between the airport's new train system and terminals. The tests are meant to simulate a high-capacity shuttle network and could lead to a request for proposals in 2027 to operate the shuttle network. Google's Waymo robotaxi unit has begun laying the groundwork to launch its driverless ride-hailing service to Chicago, as well as in Charlotte, North Carolina. Bank of America says the NFL's growing audience could spell trouble for Fox in negotiations. The NFL's grip on U.S. audiences keeps growing, and that might not bode well, according to the stock's lone bear. Fox is heavily reliant on the NFL, and negotiations could slash earnings by roughly 20%, with the NFL renewal being an overhang on Fox's stock price until it's all resolved. Matt Piper, Bloomberg Radio.
This draft is going to be off the charts. I mean, it's going to be something like we have never seen before in Pittsburgh. And listen, tomorrow night, I may not be here, but the work never ends. I will be live on Facebook at around 5 o'clock at the Larry Bruno Museum. Magicalcoach, of course.org. It's that museum that pays tribute to the history of Larry Bruno, one of the greatest high school football coaches in the history of the game in Western Pennsylvania. And he also happened to be the coach that coached Joe Namath. Well, they're going to have a night before draft party that's going to be huge at this museum. And they're going to be doing some who's who stuff, too. There's going to be a lot of dignitaries there, and they've already been in contact. The NFL has actually reached out to them because of this museum, getting a lot of rave reviews from people. And, you know, I've taken the winningest coach in the history of the WPIL, my friend Jim Render. He's been down there, and they just can't believe it. Donnie Anessa, who coached Aliquippa and Ambridge, had a lot of success there. He was at Baldwin for a while. He's been down there with me. Frank Morocco, a longtime coach, Aliquippa, actually went on to play college football and do rather well. And, you know, people like Mike Ditka and that Aliquippa connection, they know football, okay? And they just have absolutely cheered this museum and what they're doing. And they have, you know, inductees every year, but they raise money for students and charities, and they recognize people from not just the world of sports. And it's really starting to become a big-ticket item. I mean, so much so that they're going to have this party, and they've secured a bit of a donation to help them have this party, that they're going to open their doors and welcome people, and it's going to be the Wednesday night before the draft. And then, of course, everything's going to be happening in Pittsburgh. But NFL needs content, and they're going to do a big splash, and they're talking to anything or anybody that's connected to the draft. So tomorrow night, if you have a chance, And you can check me out as we stream live at 5 or check it out later on my page. We'll be there with all the details, Stevie Higgins and I. Stevie, of course, 1975 graduate of Beaver Falls, went on to play for Paul Bear Bryant because of Larry Bruno, and ended up finishing his career at the University of Pittsburgh. But just staggering. And, with this draft coming up, KDK has been doing this really exceptional piece talking about the Western Pennsylvania football players that got drafted. And I just looked up tonight and I saw Jimbo Covert. Now, Jimbo was on a Super Bowl team. He played at the University of Pittsburgh. He was on that 85 Bears team. So, and went to Freedom High School, grew up in Conway, was a state champion wrestler. I mean, there's just so many of these athletes and so much history when it comes to the draft. And, it's also, people don't talk a lot about, but one of the biggest and most important universities in getting football players drafted into the league to where they've become exceptional and even Hall of Famers, University of Pittsburgh. I mean, when you think about the athletes that have come out of Pitt to get drafted in the pros and go on to have great careers and some Hall of Fame careers, it's staggering. So tomorrow night we're going to do that. And then, of course, in the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show, we're going to walk you right up to the draft. We're going to have lots of different people dropping by to kind of get you all fired up and prepared for it. But I've covered a lot of events, but this is going to be epic. And it's going to be a week that we're going to remember. Listen, Roger Goodell and the NFL, they do everything right. And this is going to be big ticket item, lots of red velvet ropes, lots of red carpet, and a whole lot of fun. And our city is going to be in the spotlight. And to me, that's worth everything. So looking forward to the draft and what we're going to be doing tomorrow night with you on Facebook. Hey, don't forget, NASCO Roofing, instant access to our shows. A click away. Email us at instantAccess@kdkradio.com. And if you know someone in your community has done something extraordinary in the past year, hey, nominate them at kdkradio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes. News coming up next.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
I was ordering food from our usual place for the big meeting. My VP said, "Please, God, no."
For workplaces suffering with corporate catering deficiency, every day's a struggle.
The food was always meh and over budget. Before Easy Cater, I thought that was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat CCD with a huge variety of restaurants, help meet dietary needs, and stay on budget. Use daily. One platform lets you save time and thrive. Ask your web browser about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. And one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, "Hey, Siri." Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Clear and 48 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. Democratic incumbent Governor Josh Shapiro maintains his lead over Republican Stacey Garrity in the latest Quinnipiac University poll. He leads Garrity 55 to 37%. Quinnipiac University polling analyst Tim Malloy says a big reason that Garrity is trailing is that 66% of those surveyed said they didn't know that much about her.
She has a visibility and recognizability issue on top of the fact you've got a popular governor running against her.
The survey also finds while Shapiro has a 56% approval rating, only 40% think he would make a good president. City Council takes up an issue that's been lingering since last year's mayoral campaign: how to find reliable numbers on Pittsburgh housing. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more.
Council has given an affirmative recommendation to Bob Charlin's legislation to create a citywide database on housing units in the city, new, planned, and already online. Council's Deb Gross says getting such information from the executive branch has been frustrating.
There was no authoritative count that they could produce out of their data or records. And I was like, if I need to send a team of people over to your office, we'll just go through all the paper, like, let's just figure it out.
And with the dashboard,
we'll all have the same information that is authoritative, that is the one source, instead of all of us trying to patch it together from other sources as well.
The database, if enacted, would be updated monthly. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
The NFL draft is about 2 months away. How are you supposed to get 500,000 people going to the draft, to the Point, to Acrisure Stadium? Lillian Gabreski, Director of Transportation for the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, says football fans won't want to drive into the Golden Triangle that weekend, so the emphasis will be on park and ride.
We have these on the north side, the south side, east-west of the city, and most of the transit operators will be working to connect these to ease the flow of visitors downtown.
Gabreski said hotel operators also in planning mode for the draft. And remember, it's April 23rd through the 25th. The Three Rivers Film Festival will honor the man behind Night of the Living Dead as it creates a new Romero Award to honor the best horror feature of the festival. The George A. Romero Foundation says it's backing the award as a way of preserving the director's legacy and supporting independent horror film production. The 45th Three Rivers Film Festival will run for 10 days beginning on November the 5th. If you haven't seen the film, a lot shot at the Monroeville Mall featuring the Forest Hills Police Force. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 307 points, the NASDAQ up 288, the S&P 500 up 56 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Sidney Crosby's been put on injured reserve for 4 weeks. It was hurt in the quarterfinals in the Olympic hockey tournament. It has been called a lower body injury. KDK Radio News Time, 6:32. Our next update at 7. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by LendSeek.
Uber is making a big investment in a charging network for its future autonomous vehicle fleet. The company says it's going to invest $100 million into a fast charging station network, initially targeting San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Dallas. Uber says it's planning to offer autonomous rideshare services in at least 10 cities by the end of this year, as it looks to catch up to Waymo while Tesla tests its robotaxi. I'm Jason Brooks.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
All right, 6 6:35 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here she is, Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Getting a report of an accident on the 1100 block of Castle Shannon Boulevard in Castle Shannon Borough. Looking at the other major roadways, not seeing too much more congestion. Just a tiny bit of brake lights as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West inbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy for tonight. We'll get down to 23 for an overnight low. Clouds will give way to some sunshine tomorrow with a high close to 40. And then we'll have a partly to mostly cloudy sky tomorrow night, a low 24. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow in the Big K Morning Show. Will we need the KDKA Radio Storm Center again? Plus, win tickets to see the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, a sign of spring.
All right. Love that Home and Garden Show. All right, now listen. So yesterday, after the State of the Union, which was a 2-hour marathon, I had a chance to hear Abigail Spanberger, the governor of Virginia, the Democratic response, a one-time CIA operative. I'm going to say, you know what? Hope rings eternal, just like the spring. You know, I am a Democrat and will die a Democrat. And I know a lot of my Republican friends, and even if my dad were alive, he'd be saying, you need to rethink that, son. Well, I'm not, okay? I will give everybody a platform, but I am what I am what I am. But I've said for the longest time, we need some young, fresh faces, new ideas. So when I talked about her, and obviously the progressive response coming from Summer Lee, and we should all be proud of that, from Pittsburgh, that's pretty exciting stuff. But as I said to my audience last night, you know, what do you think? Well, not many of the hardline Democrats were very happy. Some wanted Gavin Newsom of California, which I think he's a big yawn. And just because he has a good hairline doesn't mean he should be the Democratic nominee. But I really would have liked to seen Josh Shapiro get the shot last night, but he didn't. And by the way, this Stacey Garrity thing, 55% for him, Quinnipiac poll, and she had 37%. Listen, this woman's going to be a strong opponent for him. Don't pay attention to any of that stuff. She is out already working hard. I mean, working real hard, long before she has to, because she's got a full-time job as the treasurer, and I've had her on this radio station. And that governor's race, this governor's race, is going to be a whole lot more interesting than you think. Stacey Garrity brings a lot to the table, as does Josh Shapiro. But a lot of my listeners did not want this governor last night. And so curiosity, I'm like, okay, young, you know, new to the political game, let me check it out. And as soon as I heard she worked for the CIA, I just basically went, I got to pay attention to this, okay? Because that's tough work. But then she just started talking about and laying certain things out and was respectful of the president. She was fantastic. She was absolutely fantastic. So once again, and I blogged about this from the home studio, once again, there is hope for my party. It's not over yet. They're not all to the point of no return. But this is what I think needs to happen. It's like in any business. I love what I do, but I know where I am chronologically in age. And sooner or later, you have to step aside to give that other person an opportunity. If my life would have went down a different path, I probably would have been retired years ago, but I love what I do. And this is kind of like my life, as most of you know. But I will find other things to fill up my life. Do a lot of social media stuff. Love that. Love engaging, talking to people, tying stories into this radio station, because I think this radio station is such a vital part of the future. And I think this has really been that voice that has given people an opportunity to speak their mind for generations. And I'm going to have more on that tonight, and I'm going to tie it into social media. Do you realize that KDKA is still a massive deal because of what we do on the airwaves? Do you realize we're the Google of our time, the Facebook, the TikTok, the X of our time? Do you understand how big this place that we used to call the blowtorch is and was. And I tell that to anyone who will listen, especially my incredibly talented young producers who eventually will be sliding into this chair. And that's a good thing. Because I remember being in my 20s, all bright-eyed like a kid in a candy store, eyes bigger than his stomach. I wanted it all. And I learned from the best. I'm telling you right now, we in this country better start working together. And just when I started to lose even more hope, thinking, okay, we have a president 79. Look at all these people in the Senate. I've been talking about, Google how many senators are over the age of 80. It'll blow your mind. It's got to change. And last night, watching this governor, I thought, man, that's something to be hopeful about. Now, right away, my conservative friends are going to write it off, be upset. And I hope I do hear from a couple of callers tonight that didn't want her to do that. I thought she did extremely well. She was succinct, to the point. She had answers to everything. And she wasn't so far to the left that you couldn't stay in focus, okay? I'm telling you, what we need to do is to understand what a Democrat once was. And what I believe a Democrat and a Republican should be. Some of the old ways are still the best ways. You don't need to completely throw everything to the scrap heap. You want to add a little flavor? I get it. I get people like Sarah Innamorato and Summer Lee. I get it. Hey, Corey O'Connor, I get it. That's the next generation. But you have to hang on to some of those core values. And I saw it with Corey when we had the snowstorm. That was his dad. That was his dad coming out, being there, boots on the ground, talking to the people, making sure that people were getting streets plowed and clean, and more importantly, generating revenue now from people like PNC Bank and Pitt, as in UPMC, to actually help further the cause moving forward if and when it happens again. Listen, none of us know when the storm is coming, even though we hear it. We don't until many times when you look out the window and it's like, uh-oh, game on. So you have to be prepared at all times. And one thing I know, our country needs to be prepared at all times. And when I see a former CIA operative as the governor of a place like Virginia and is a representative of the Democratic Party, that's a good thing. It's a great thing. But for those of you who didn't want her, I hope you'll call tonight, because I thought she did an incredible job. You know, one of the other things I want to get to is this city. We talked about it a little bit last night because of what Rachel Heisler put up on her social media and what she's been saying on this air forever. You know, we were thinking a surplus. Well, that's not the case. It's like $8.25 million deficit as far as the city's funding is concerned. We got to get that straightened out. I mean, we got to get it straightened out. Somebody better get in there and balance the checkbook and generate some revenue. And if it means you got to go back to some of the old ways with a steel hat and a lunch pail, so be it. It can't all be meds and eds and technology. But at least she's been on it and saying that it's there, and now they have to fix it. You can't fix any problem unless you recognize it. And because of Rachel Heisler and her browbeating, you know, I saw a story earlier today, well, the city has been, no. I'm just going to be perfectly honest with you. They may have realized there's a problem, but Rachel Heisler is the one that's been saying for years, look, we got to turn this around. So now, new administration, the problem's out in the open. So why should I care or you care if we don't live in Pittsburgh? Because I'm going to tell you why. Because if Pittsburgh doesn't survive, we don't survive. But if Pittsburgh survives, we all thrive. Do you understand the tentacles, how far those branches of the city of Pittsburgh, it's like a giant sequoia tree, okay? Or maybe I should say a maple here in western Pennsylvania. And the branches go everywhere. Panhandle of West Virginia, eastern Ohio, Beaver, Butler, Lawrence, Washington County, all of these places because of Pittsburgh. So many things, including some more of the president from last night, especially what he had to say about Iran. Iran, just not good people. I mean, anybody that will kill thousands of their own who protest because they don't have enough money to live, enough said. Hey, thank you, Pittsburgh. Your generosity is amazing. We can't thank you enough for your support during the 2026 NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon presented by MediConnect. We were able to raise $345,000 to benefit the Dollar Energy Fund and support over 950 local families powered by Dynegy. You can still support the need by going to warmathon.com. 645. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Once again, Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Still looking at an accident on the 1100 block of Castle Shannon Boulevard and Castle Shannon Borough. The other major roadways, however, are looking brake light free, so should be smooth sailing as you make your commute home. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
How about some fantastic February savings at Coons Market? Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, individually quick frozen tilapia fillets, $3.49 a pound. In the produce department, extra large golden pineapples are $3.99 each. In our deli, battered walleye fillet strips are $13.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Mrs. T pierogies, 12 to 16-ounce packages, 2 for $5.
Fantastic savings. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters. Medicare's great, but it's not simple. Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits are licensed Medicare specialists who sort through Medicare confusion at no cost to you. New legislation, plan changes, and rules all directly impact your coverage and wallet. Let One Health Benefits have your Medicare plan fit you and not the other way around. Wrong choices cost thousands. A single right conversation with One Health Benefits saves you money and stress. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look-back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's KDKA Radio News anchor Paul Alexander. Paul?
Rob, data centers and AI. How do people feel about it? We have numbers for you. Coming up, top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
I have a lot to say about those data centers tonight. And then Monday night, Keith Rothfuss is going to be here, and he's got even more to say. So I'm all for it. We need to think about the future, empowering America. All right, let's get to this Bloomberg Money Minute report. Speaking of money, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks gaining today. The Dow gained 308. NASDAQ was up 288. S&P taking in 56 points. Huge earnings beat after the closing bell from AI chip maker NVIDIA. It's predicting $80 billion. It foresees no slowdown in spending on AI. NVIDIA is saying the computing demand is growing exponentially. President Trump is calling the reps of some of the biggest names in tech, including Amazon, Meta, X, OpenAI, Alphabet, and Microsoft to the White House next week to sign pledges saying those companies will pay for the electricity needed for the AI data centers they plan to build. This will not be a binding contract, just a promise. First-time homebuyers are getting younger. Last year, the typical first-time homebuyer was 35, down from 36 years old the year prior. That's all according to the real estate site Redfin, which attributes lower mortgage rates. Buyers hit a peak of 38 years old in 2018. Outback Steakhouse reported its first quarter of positive traffic since 2021. Matt Piper, Bloomberg Radio.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, every time I hear Outback Steakhouse, I think of those good steaks and the bloomin' onions, right? But I can't help. I mean, every time. And I don't think Australia. I don't think about kangaroos, none of that good stuff, koala bears. I think about Pirate Sunday for 10 years. You know, finishing up my air shift at KDKA in the Golden Triangle and then having to sprint across what is now the Clemente Bridge and to get into the broadcast booth so I could do Pirate Sunday, which now, of course, is the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show. But if it wasn't for Outback Steakhouse, I would have never been able to do that show, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because if I would have had to go the traditional route, through the press gate, or the regular turnstiles with the fans, and Sundays at the ballpark, it's still the best day in Pittsburgh throughout the spring and summer. I mean, you want to do something under the sun and fun, and just to get there early to hang out, all the great things happening on Federal Street, I highly recommend the Pirates, but especially on Sundays. But a couple of the kitchen help told me about this little intercom system. So I would just sprint across that bridge, and right by the Clemente statue, I'd hit this little buzzer, and they would let me in. And I'd go up this winding staircase, and I would literally go right through the kitchen at the Outback Steakhouse, and voila, I'd be right where I needed to be to broadcast. So every time I hear the Outback Steakhouse, that's what I think about. All right, hey, as always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, or on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. But you can also watch us online. KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to kdkradio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio live stream, or now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page to watch everything we are doing in the studios. So this story about Wendy's has been trending. And listen, I love Wendy's. Can't let Wendy's go, okay? There's enough of these stores closing, so we got to figure it out. And Burger King's kind of gone through it. Even McDonald's has had their moment. This is what I'm going to tell you is the real reason why some of these iconic brands are having trouble today. Are you ready? Can't get help. Can't get help. That's what it is. It's not dollars and cents. Look, I can tell you within the sound of my voice right now, there's somebody eating a Wendy's single, a Wendy's chili, baked potato, McDonald's Big Mac, or a Burger King Whopper. Right now, there's somebody, and you're like taking a bite going, how did he know that? I know what I know, what I know, okay? And life without these brands is a very sad place. Listen, I take such joy when I hear there's going to be a new Arby's in my hometown of New Brighton, a new Dunkin' Donuts coming to Rochester, a McDonald's coming to Rochester. I just have to go across that little bridge. I can get a cup of that coffee every day. Are you kidding me? There are certain things that people can take credit for, especially in this global economy, but it's us. And you know, Dave Thomas, as in the guy who started Wendy's, worked with the Colonel. That's where this whole idea of franchising and getting into something that would be profitable and would generate revenue and would pay taxes and go into blighted and successful areas and give kids from all walks of life an opportunity to go out and make a living. And I used to spend a lot of time in the Wendy's drive-thru in Beaver Falls and in Beaver. Having my kids, we'd go out on these little nightly runs, and if they were here today, now 24 and 26, they would say, he's absolutely right. One of the things that I would always tell them when we were waiting for our orders, and we would be in a line, bumper to bumper, I would point to the windows, the one that would take the money and the other that would give you your product, that gold, right? And I used to order so much Wendy's that I'd have to get the carrying bag. I couldn't just use the little bags. I mean, I had to get the carrying bag. And they would always go, I know, extra crackers, right, Rob? They knew me by my first name because I was always there. Absolutely had great times with my kids. But I would tell them all the time, you need a job like this. Why? Because you learn to talk to people. You learn to communicate. You learn to be with coworkers. You learn how to count change. And you actually learn to flip a burger and cook. And I used to always think, Are they paying attention to me? Are they paying attention to me? Because sometimes, as you know, I have a tendency to talk too much. But lo and behold, my daughter, one of her first jobs, she worked at the Brighton hot dog shop in New Brighton at the Epicenter. And I remember what joy I would get when I would hear, "Can you go pick Eve up after work?" I couldn't wait. And I would just sit there and watch her walk out in that uniform, and I can't tell you how proud I was of her. And she has a great gift of conversation. She's highly intelligent, takes after her mother, I know. But I credit a lot of it to that job. I mean, it's a good thing for a youngster to go get a job at a McDonald's. It's a great thing for a child to go get a job at a Wendy's or Burger King. Look, I do not believe for 1 minute they're suffering when it comes to business. Because right now I'm telling you, somebody's got a Big Mac, a Whopper, or some Wendy's stuff. Those fries, chili, whatever. They are eating it as I speak. We need to get our kids working again. Have you ever thought that one of the problems that we have in our society today is because young people don't know how to communicate? They don't know how to actually have friends by communicating. It's all either by text messaging or FaceTime. I mean, it's not email. That's like Neanderthal. Forget about it. I don't know anybody under 25 that emails anymore. So what I'm telling you right now, if that's not another indication when you have Wendy's shutting down hundreds of locations, if that's not something to be concerned about, it is. And it's another example. Everybody's worried about artificial intelligence. I say good for all those companies. If they need it to keep the company going and the revenue coming into those communities and I can get my McNuggets, so be it. But if you want to learn to work with AI and be a part of it, you got to get off your derriere and go to work. Everybody's afraid to say what's the problem. They're thinking economy, it's bad. They're going to blame that on the president. No, it's because these great companies can't get young people to work. You know, the majority of people holding down these jobs are people my age who are looking for some extra income. Come on, America, let's get back to work. All right, your call's on the other side. Paul's next.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Kraus.
Staff Sergeant Benjamin Karb of Allegheny County received the Silver Star Medal in World War II in Blei-Arensbach, Germany on March 14, 1945. While under hostile fire, Sergeant Karb displayed outstanding bravery and initiative as he advanced alone, approached dugouts and emplacements, and managed to persuade the enemy to surrender. Sergeant Karb was responsible for the capture of 15 prisoners and also saved his attacking party from taking many casualties. His outstanding gallantry in action is in accord with the finest traditions of the military service.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. Visit soldiersandsailorshall.org for more information.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Clear and 48 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. Following the arrest of an 18-year-old in an alleged sextortion case involving students at Peters Township High School, Gail Brown with the Pittsburgh Action Against Rape says parents should focus on communication, not punishment.
They think if I tell that I'm going to be in trouble, because often they have been coerced to participate. So they were convinced to send that photo, and now they think, well, if I tell, I'm going to get in trouble.
Brown says if a young person is threatened or asked for money, it's critical they tell a trusted adult right away. And remember, it's not their fault. A former Denny's employee is accused of exposing himself inside the restaurant. West Mifflin police say 29-year-old Zachary Hiles was arrested after exposing himself Sunday morning to 3 women at Denny's on Lebanon Church Road. Court records indicate Hiles also made lewd comments and gestures. He's facing indecent exposure, harassment, and disorderly conduct charges. Data in AI centers have been touted as potential boons to the economy. How do voters feel? News Radio KDKA's David Bollerado looks at the numbers.
The latest Quinnipiac University poll of Pennsylvania finds voters heavily opposed to having an AI data center in their community. 68% would oppose one, only 20% would support it. Polling analyst Tim Malloy.
That's an overwhelming, whopping dismissal of the idea. So the magic of AI is the future, but there's a lot of uncertainty, and behind all this is it going to cost your neighborhood, your neighbor, and yourself money.
The numbers show weak support regardless of political affiliation, with only 28% of Republicans in favor of building an AI center in their community, 22% of independents, and just 12% of Democrats. David Bollerado, News Radio KDKA.
Democrats hold on to their razor-thin majority in Harrisburg after a decisive special election win in the South Hills. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has those details.
Educator Jennifer Mazzacco is headed to the Pennsylvania House after winning the special election in the 42nd Legislative District. She defeated Republican Joseph Leckenby by a wide margin, carrying all 68 precincts across Baldwin, Mount Lebanon, Upper St. Clair, Castle Shannon, and Dormont. The Alderdice High School teacher and Dormont Borough Council president now fills the seat vacated by Dan Miller, who resigned after being elected to the Allegheny County Court of Common Pleas. Her victory helps Democrats maintain their one-seat majority in the chamber, as both parties gear up for 3 more special elections this spring that could further shape the balance of power in Harrisburg. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Crafton police have issued a warning over the latest scam. Fake landlords who don't even own a property demand money from their targets before they'll show them an apartment. Police say someone recently conned someone to send money through PayPal to look at a property on Thomas Street. They're urging landlords and property owners to be aware of the scam and make sure potential renters have their actual contact information. KDK Sports, Penguins captain Sidney Crosby will miss 4 weeks on injured reserve. The team made the announcement this morning, a day ahead restarting the season at home against New Jersey tomorrow night. Crosby wound up with a lower body injury during the quarterfinal game of the Olympic tournament in Italy. Our next report at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Conditions may apply to free hearing screening.
Are you or someone you know struggling with hearing loss? Nearly 37 million adults in the U.S. live with hearing loss, but many wait almost 9 years before taking action. The shocking part? Older adults with untreated hearing loss are more likely to experience social isolation and cognitive decline. The good news is getting your hearing screened is fast, easy, and free with Hear USA. At Hear USA, you'll meet with a hearing care professional who will screen your hearing, explain the results, and guide you on what to do next. If you've noticed any signs of hearing loss, don't wait. Schedule your free hearing screening and experience the benefits of the latest hearing aid technology. Don't miss out on life's moments. If you or someone you love thinks they're experiencing hearing loss, call Hear USA now for your free hearing screening. Call 800-493-8120 or visit hearusa.com today for a free hearing screening. Just call 800-493-8120. That's 800-493-8120. Hear USA. We've got your ears covered.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have some clouds around tonight, a low of 23. Clouds will give way to some sunshine tomorrow with a high near 40. And by Friday, a beautiful day, a little spring preview with sunshine and a high up to 56. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team as they discuss favorite recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
All right, 866-391-1020 is the number to dial to be on this program. We have a lot to get to, and a lot of it has to do with what happened last night. State of the Union address. So instead of me just pontificating even more, we got some folks already in the queue. So let them kick off the hour. That is hour number 2. Here's Gary in Georgia. Hey, Gary, how are you? And I'm glad you called as opposed to messaging me. You were sending me so many messages last night. It's like the lights were flashing. I was having a hard time concentrating on my show.
I thought about that.
That's okay. Well, now you know.
No, I already knew it. I think we know each other well enough. I just already knew it. But I'm going to, I didn't want to.
I get it.
But I had to.
So go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Thank you again once more. I just called up to bring out this unfortunate fact of all this, and I just texted you about this, about all this turmoil we see, not only in America, but all over this world. Now, I know being a lot older, I'm more sensitive to it, okay? But if you look at the reality of it, in my humble opinion, the greatest thing, the best thing that could happen in America is picking leaders that give us one of the biggest qualities they could ever give us. You know what that quality would be? Stability.
Yep.
Stability. I just don't see it right now in our political system because I'm sure there are a lot of leaders that have stability. But our problems, as you well know, and the public knows, are so intense, are so deep. It's hard to cut through with stability. But I think, in my life, I was not successful in marriage. But I learned that the greatest thing in marriage was not blank, but stability. I heard that a long time ago, and I think they were right. I can't remember who said it. But the most important thing in marriage is not blank. It is stability. And I think it also, the most important thing in governing, I think, is stability. And I think we yearn for that.
Yeah, it would be nice. We could use some of it for sure on both sides. There's no doubt.
So that's all. That's what I called about. And thank you for your time and reading all those texts I sent you.
That's okay. That's what you do. I appreciate you. I just didn't want you to think I was ignoring you because I wasn't.
No. You're not that kind of You're not that kind of man. You're not that kind of person. You have what they call, you know what I call it?
What's that?
It's simple. It's called class.
You know what one of my favorite words is?
What?
Chutzpah.
Really?
Yep, I love that word. I might even have that. I might make the Diagardi family put that on my little tombstone, my monument.
What's that mean? What's that mean?
Chutzpah means you're a go-getter. You're someone that gets up off the canvas and keeps fighting. And it's Yiddish, and I love it. It's one of my favorite words.
And you said, before I go, and you said you have a, what do they call it, Class A personality? You're what do they call that? A personality or something like that?
Yeah, grade A, grade A or top A or
grade A. Yeah. And that's who you are? That's who you are, right?
Mm-hmm. And by the way, thank you. Let me give you the official definition of chutzpah, okay? Spelled C-H-U-T-Z-P-A-H. Extremely odyssey, nerve, or boldness, often bordering on someone that's willing to do whatever it takes. And some may even call that, a little pushy, but that's who I am. I got a lot of chutzpah. I want to continue to work to get things done, okay? I want to continue to work to get things done. All right, here we go. Let's go to Jason in Moon Township. Hey, Jason.
Hey, Rob. How are you?
I'm good, sir. What's going on?
Hey, a couple of things. First of all, most importantly, I don't care if you are a Democrat, a Republican, an independent. If you touch 13, 14, 15-year-old girls, you have to go down.
Amen.
Period.
Amen.
Period. No deals for anyone. And if you start reading these files and see how the FBI let it go for how many years, this all should have been done years ago. But the more it comes out, no one could get a free pass on it. No one.
You know what's so sad, and this is the world that we live in. I think back, turn of the century, when people were coming to this country. It's like my grandfather was 28, my grandmother was 14. That's disgusting. That should have never happened. These arranged marriages. I mean, I can't tell you how many of these young women were under the age of 18 who got married. It's ridiculous. It should not happen. And this stuff that's happening today, these young people, their minds aren't formed. Listen, when I was under 18, there were women who were 35 and 40. I mean, it happened. When I got into entertainment in that nightclub, it happened all the time. Women 20 years older than me, and, some men too. I mean, but I was strong enough because of what my parents taught me. But I couldn't agree with you more.
And these young girls, their lives are ruined.
Forever. But where were their parents is what I want to know.
And listen, my second point is when you live in the richest country in the world and you're giving tax breaks to billionaires who have more money than they could ever spend, and you have people working at Walmart and Amazon, and these people who own these companies, who own the stock, have so much money and they can't even provide health care to these people. It's ridiculous. 150,000 Pennsylvanians do not have health care this year that had health care last year.
Listen, people that are working deserve health care. I just had a conversation with somebody today who's one of the hardest working people I know. And he was talking about he had to go to a doctor's appointment. I said, how'd it go? He goes, good. He goes, but, I don't have insurance. I went, what? So right away I was like, look, I have a few friends that can help you with that. I mean, and I just started thinking about all the people that are out really, because everybody has this perception, people that don't have health care or living off the government. Well, there are people that are out there working hard every day, walking that high wire with no net that have no health care. That shouldn't happen. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I know people that work two jobs just to make ends meet, and they have no health care. If they get something, God forbid they get cancer or need a surgery, they're going to lose everything they have. And we're giving breaks to people who have $300-400 billion. If they spent $10 million a day, they would not run out of money. So the rich are greedy, and we shouldn't be making them extra greedy. That's it.
All right, man. Have a good night. Appreciate you. Let's get Michael from Squirrel Hill real quick on chutzpah. Gutsy.
How you doing, Rob?
Hey, what's happening, man?
Listen, the word chutzpah is pronounced in Yiddish and Hebrew as chutzpah, like Hanukkah. You
Nice.
gotta say cheh.
You do it much better than I do. I just love Yiddish, and I have no idea why, but I do.
Because a lot of words in Yiddish, they're just one word, and they really, there's certain words that some people say are vulgar, but the Yiddish words usually are only one word, and it's one word usually explains the thing they're trying to explain.
You know, before I leave this earth, and obviously he's probably going to leave it before but you never know. One of the things that I would like to accomplish in my life is somebody fly me out to California and let me have lunch with Mel Brooks and just have him speak Yiddish to me. You know, one of the things... What's that?
Is he still alive?
Oh yeah, he's 100 years old. Listen. There's a documentary now on HBO Max.
I saw it.
It's unbelievable.
Right.
Hey, but I appreciate you, man. Thank you for keeping me in the mix on my Yiddish.
No problem.
All right, man. Yeah, I love Yiddish, and I guess you can interpret that word chutzpah. But I've since I was a little kid, my mother used to use it all the time, and she was not Jewish, but I love it. Listen, many nights when I go home and I'm fried because of all the things that we talk about, I have some of my all-time favorite Jewish comedians, and Buddy Hackett happens to be one of them. I could listen to Buddy Hackett read the phone book. Incredible. And I got to make one. I'll tell you on the other side about something that I believe needs to happen. We're going to have a little humor to this show tonight, too, because a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of stuff to get to. And we began talking about some very serious stuff. And we'll continue to do that. But got to have a little laughter in your life. It goes a long way. 866-391-1020. Joanne, Rita, Craig, I've got room for you, too. It's your Pratt Pack on Wednesday night here at KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. Here's Joanne in Point Breeze. Joanne, good evening. Welcome to KDKA.
Good evening, Rob. You know, most of these Americans, or supposed to be Americans, are patriots, crying. They're insecure in their own skin. If you look at your history, you can see what I'm saying. Crying with the loaf of bread in their hands. And the thing that really bothers me is no one's ever satisfied. I mean, you can have everything you want. Been able to get your jobs, been able to buy your homes, struggling, but able to do it. And still, you hear this nonsense over and over again on over the radio. I'm glad I hear it. I'd rather it come out so you know what's going on than the sneakiness of it all. And the other thing I want to say, why we have the most ignorant president that we've ever had in this country. And why is he, when he says stuff, people always say, oh, this is the way he is. Well, we could say that about a lot of people.
Yeah, and a lot of Democrats, too. He's not the only one. They all need to dial it down a little bit, Joanne. Listen, I don't want to spend the entire night bashing one person, so I appreciate it. You call back anytime. Let's go to Rita. Look, I want to talk about issues, okay? Easy to point fingers and blame, but let's talk some issues. All right, let's go to Rita in Derry. Rita, you're on KDK with your Pratt Pack. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. Rob, I just want to say I enjoy listening, and I appreciate your good heart. I really do.
Well, I'm glad somebody does.
You do. You have such a good heart about everything, and I really appreciate that, and I love listening. But the deal I wanted to say was I wish KDKA would give Craig from West Virginia a show of his own. Because
you know what? He's on hold right now, and I know he's loving every minute of this. Anyway,
well,
go ahead.
You know what? He deserves every bit of this.
Listen, I get told all the time. I get told all the time. Don't put him on. Don't listen to him. Look, listen, I give everybody. I don't care if it's Joanne in Point Breeze or Craig in West Virginia. I've gotten so many new calls. I mean, I had 2 new calls to begin the show tonight that I've never. That Michael from Squirrel Hill, I've never had him on before. And the gentleman from Moon Township, I've never had him on before. So we're getting to other voices, but you got to remember the voices that helped you garner the new voices, and Craig and Joanne are a big reason for that. My entire career, going back to people like JT and others, and Anthony, who still calls. Without them, there's no Rob Pratt. So I give everybody an opportunity, even if I don't agree. But anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt, so go ahead.
Exactly what I wait to listen to for Craig to call in, because no matter what the subject, he states the fact, and then he gives you all of the facts and figures behind it. And you know what? I don't care what the subject is. He's done his homework. He's well informed. He knows the law. He knows the history. I wait for his call to come in. And you're right. You know what? Yeah, I'm all for other callers, but when the ones really contribute something, and they don't just say something and see if it lands, he'll back it up with the proof of it. I've learned a lot from him, a lot.
Listen,
and I look forward. Yeah.
Well, Kathy and Imperial, all of them. I mean, and I know you've called a couple of times too. And let me just bring up one thing while I have you on the phone, and hopefully this will make sense. So, you know, my man Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook has been in these hearings talking about the addiction that is social media. Well, you know what? Let me just say this. Radio in my house growing up, KDK radio, was on 24 hours a day. Every house in the neighborhood, 24 hours a day. We were all addicted to the voices, the names, the stories, KDK radio. Just like young people love their Facebook, but more importantly, love TikTok. And Facebook's more for people a little bit older, although you do have young people. But what people seem to forget, all of the things that these things have in common is one thing. Communicating, where you talk to people, you interact with people. You have to talk to people. And whether I agree with Craig or Joanne or you or anybody, or if we all agree, we're all better for the time we spend together communicating. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, that says it in a nutshell. We all need that. That's what we all need. You're exactly right. That's why you do such a good job, because I get that feeling when you're on the air. You're willing to let everybody have their say, and you nailed it. You just said it. You nailed it right there, Rob. It's wonderful. That's why I listen. That's why I enjoy the show. So
the only thing it's missing, I hope that you listeners are enjoying a cup of coffee. Every day I come here after I work all day and I'm having my coffee. I got some Dunkin' Donut K-Cup coffee here. Oh. We get treated like royalty at this place, okay? They've got Slice on Broadway pizza. We got coffee, TVs, all this great conversation. To sit here and have a cup of coffee and to talk to all of you, you know what it reminds me of? When I would come home late at night after being out with my friends, my mother would have her lady friends over, as she would say, and they would be sitting around the kitchen table back in the 60s, obviously smoking, but drinking coffee and talking for hours. That's what this reminds me of. And they solved every problem that they had to solve, and they kept their husband on the straight and narrow. And that's what you have to do. You've got to communicate. If you stop communicating, you can't fix anything. And what worries me in America, it's too one-sided. We have to understand it's not right or wrong. It's what we can do to fix the problem.
Yes, each one of us.
Yeah.
You just described my life. I go back to Ed Chauncey and Rainbow in the morning on KDKA, even before Cordic and Company, and before anyone. And that was us. We had the radio on. That was it. And like you said, we knew our neighbors like they knew us, and I don't know. It's just a different world.
Listen, I'm sorry. I don't want to be talking about the past was the golden years were the best. But I will tell you something. We didn't deal with the problems that we're dealing with today, and it's not because of Donald Trump, who's only been in office for a year. It's the narrative in this country, and it's one of the reasons why you have these horrible scandals, because people are afraid to tell their kids no.
Yeah. And, like that one fella just said, it's all over the world now. It's not just this country anymore. The attitude, everything has changed 100%. It really has. I mean,
listen,
I don't have the answer.
Hey, Rita, you have an 84-year-old woman in a $1 million home in an affluent neighborhood in Arizona. Somebody comes into her house and kidnaps her, and they can't find her.
Is this unbelievable?
I mean, come on now. This is 2026. Everybody has a camera on their door, has security systems. Every traffic light has they can't find, they have no DNA, they have no video, no audio, they have nothing. She's taken away from her house and no one can find her. And the sheriff's already said it may take years. Are you kidding me? I know. What chance do any of us have? I mean, that's where we're at today in America. And, last night, this president obviously at times made me scratch my head, but I'm also looking at these people in the nation's capital, and I'm saying, look, you got to create jobs to create a better tax base, to improve law enforcement. And it's not because of Joe Biden. It's not because of Barack Obama. It's not because of Donald Trump. It's not the Republicans or the Democrats. It's us. We need to get our act together in America and start looking out for one another. Listen, when you had that mill gate at the end of Main Street, you didn't have any of this crime going on. Listen, people slept with their doors open, keys in the ignition. Nobody's 84-year-old mother would have been snatched from her home. The neighborhood, the men would have found this individual within 10 minutes. I mean, come on now. Don't you see what's happening in America? Everything I talk about comes back to one thing. Our compass, moral compass, the foundation, this country is crumbling in front of our very eyes. And if you think a politician's going to fix it, you better think again. 866-391-1020. More of your calls after Paul checks the news next with your Pratt Pack.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
All right, now what y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly clear and 48 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Data and AI centers have been touted as a potential boon to the economy. But how do voters feel? News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado looks at the numbers.
The latest Quinnipiac University poll of Pennsylvania finds voters heavily opposed to having an AI data center in their community. 68% would oppose one, only 20% would support it. Polling analyst Tim Malloy.
That's an overwhelming, whopping dismissal of the idea. So the magic of AI is the future, but there's a lot of uncertainty, and behind all this is it going to cost your neighborhood, your neighbor, and yourself money.
The numbers show weak support regardless of political affiliation, with only 28% of Republicans in favor of building an AI center in their community, 22% of independents, and just 12% of Democrats. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Arts Landing is nearly complete. Kendra Whitlock of the Pittsburgh Cultural Trust says the new 4.5-acre downtown park located on the downtown side of the Allegheny River is right on schedule.
We are so close. We're about 85% complete with the project. We're putting the finishing touches on. Even in the snow and the cold, our team from Mascaro has just been working around the clock to make sure that we're ready to open.
She says beyond being used as an activated spot for the draft in April, Arts Landing will remain for all Pittsburghers to enjoy long after the draft is over. Getting people from here to there. That's the focus of regional leaders as they try to figure out how to get 500,000 people into the NFL draft in downtown Pittsburgh, April 23rd through the 25th. Lillian Gabreski, Director of Transportation for the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, says that it takes a lot of coordination.
Really what we've been doing here at STC is hosting a lot of meetings, connecting everyone, trying to make sure everyone's on the same page about, how they're going to handle any necessary changes during this time, how they're going to communicate those changes to everyone in the region.
She says people can expect details on how to get around during that weekend to be released over the coming week. Another sign that spring will be here soon, Page's Ice Cream Shop in Pittsburgh will open for its 75th season early next month. Page's says that the 2026 season kicks off March 9th for its 75th year at the store located at the intersection of Beck's Run Road and East Carson Street. New for this year, Page says that updates have been made to its ordering process, with details coming soon. KDK Sports, Sidney Crosby is put on the 4-week injured reserve list. He was injured in the quarterfinal game of the Team Canada's Olympic run in Italy. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then You may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy for tonight. We'll get down to 23 for an overnight low. Clouds will give way to some sunshine tomorrow with a high close to 40. And then we'll have a partly to mostly cloudy sky tomorrow night, a low 24. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show. Will we need the KDKA Radio Storm Center again? Plus, win tickets to see the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, a sign of spring.
So, Craig, you know I love you, but this is how I look at you when I see your name on hold. It's kind of like my dad would come home and my mother would say, he did what? Or he would say, you got to be kidding me. I can't believe he did that. And I would just say to him, Dad, just hit me with a belt and let's get it over with. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want to be locked in my room for not even an hour. So I knew my punishment was coming. So I just accepted it like a man. But you obviously are a big part of this radio station. And I do admire you. But I will say one thing. You were wrong about Abigail Spanberger. I thought she did great.
No. That was dry toast. That was dry toast.
You only saying that because you want your man Gavin Newsom in there. That's all, and because he's got a good hairline, he's probably going to get the nomination.
Listen, Gavin Newsom was married to Don Jr.'s ex. So I already know he can make bad decisions in his life. So I'm not a big Gavin Newsom. So we got a problem.
Hey, listen, before we do anything, I got to get your opinion on one thing. What do you think about these data centers?
You know what? I was going to call in 15 times today because it's been going on since this morning about the data centers.
I know. I'm the one that started it days ago, and now everybody's like jumping on the bandwagon, which is okay. But my goodness, I believe in it, but I want to hear what you have to say. Then you can talk about what you want to talk about.
Well, it's no different than fracking. Once the investments have been made, it doesn't matter what me and you think. It's going to happen. But the amount of pushback is even more than what fracking is. And here's the thing. Everybody thinks this is going to happen overnight. Now with all this pushback and natural gas production being down and the lead time on a gas-powered turbine being 5 to 7 years, it's just not going to happen. But there was 3 or 4 different supposedly professionals on KDKA today talking about how this thing is just full steam ahead, and it isn't going to happen that way. It really isn't going to happen. It's going to slow down tremendously, but it's going to happen. Am I glad it's going to happen? Yeah, I think it's going to be good for the country, good for the world, but it ain't going to play out the way that everybody thinks it's going to play out. It's going to go into slow motion and just creep in. There ain't going to be tens of thousands of jobs, people looking for more employees. It ain't going to happen that way. It just isn't.
Well, that's because, once again, Americans get in the way of everything. And listen, if that would have happened with the steel industry back in the 40s, we'd have lost the war. I'm just telling you, people need to be looking at the big picture. It's one of the reasons why Wendy's and others are shutting down locations, because people love their burgers. They just can't get people to work. And you've talked about the work ethic more than I have, and that's one of the reasons why places like Weirton Steel went away. So let's just be honest. We need a swift kick in the pants in America to get back to work again, because our work ethic is horrible. Anyway, what do you want to talk about?
Well, a little bit about last night, and even just to backtrack a hair, thank you, Lisa. That's, the check is in the mail. Appreciate the compliments. But
that was Rita, by the way. Rita, not Lisa.
Oh, Rita. Sorry about that. Yeah, Rita. Listen, I'm free from 2 to 6 every day if you need me up at the station, because that's what I'm doing lately. I get up in the morning. Larry, he's just right down the middle. There ain't no mess whatsoever. Marty, he flip flop, Democrat one day, Republican the next. Then from 2 to 6, I'm pulling my hair out, and then you come on. And you talk about Donald Trump the way a Catholic talks about the Pope. And I'm sitting here, and it's really, really, really getting to be unbelievable how much a Democrat has to fight back with what's going on with KDKA. It truly, truly is.
But that's okay. That's okay. Listen, I let you take your swings, so take your swings. Go ahead.
You look at last night, and like I said, Abigail wasn't bad, but she's just not what we need right now. I can rattle off 10 different people.
Yeah, but I just think she did a great job. She gave me some hope, and I'm a Democrat, too.
I know, but you think that if the Pirates get another good left-hander, they're going to fight for the pennant. That ain't true. It ain't happening.
Okay, we'll see.
All right. But here's the thing. When I listened to the speech last night, I'm not going to use the word lie. It's misinformation after misinformation after misinformation. And he talked about how energy costs are down. They're not down. They are up. Natural gas production is down. It's only down 1% since he took office, but it is still down. I got 13 sound bites on my phone of Donald Trump during his campaign saying he would cut your energy costs in half by 50%. He just kept saying 50% over and over and over and over. And that is not what is happening. The cost of energy today from January 20th is up $3.52 for 1 million BTUs. And I can't wait till next month's energy. I don't want to get excited about it. There are going to be people hurting after this last cold snap we had last month. When these new energy bills come out, they're going to feel the pain. And he gets up there last night and talks about drill, baby, drill. It's not happening. And that's the part that I can't stomach. I will say this. I really thought he was going to act like a spoiled child in front of the Supreme Court justices, and he did not do that. He wasn't kind, but I really thought it was going to get bad last night, really immature, and that part of it didn't happen. So I'll give him that right there. But the misinformation for an hour and 47 minutes is just insanity.
It was way too long. It was just way too long.
He has the longest and the second longest. Same with the government shutdown. He has the longest and the second longest. The only way MAGA works is to divide us. The thing with Omar last night, she didn't speak up until he started talking. She didn't start that. She was just fighting back, and that's what we need at this point in this country. We got to fight back, And just to make a hard left turn, I told you last week what was going to happen when Donald Trump cut off oil to Cuba. Did you hear what happened today?
Yeah, I know. I thought of you.
4 dead. Are they Americans? We don't know, but we know that the boat is registered in Florida.
Well, that's what I thought, but I got Cynthia on the line, and she's mentioning Coast Guard, and they fired first, so I don't know what the story is. So I'm going to get to Cynthia in a moment, but you were spot on about that, Craig. I will give you that.
And here's the thing. MAGA doesn't work without people being angry, and that's what last night's speech was. It makes that 20 million people angry. We got to get out of this. Was Joe Biden the greatest president of all time? Of course he wasn't. But you just didn't hear him insulting people. You didn't see him.
But Craig, let me just say this. Obviously, you're a man that has worked the system, and you're an entrepreneur, and you've worked and you've made money, because if you didn't, you wouldn't be able to call me as much as you can, and you wouldn't be listening to the radio as much, but you have made enough money that where you can pretty much do what you want to do, and for that I applaud you. So please tell me, what's the secret? How do we get America flush again? Give me an idea or two on what we can do to bring back manufacturing and actually make it work.
We're never going to bring back manufacturing in this country. It's just not going to happen. But and I'm part of the problem where I pick on the millennials and the Gen Zers. But it's the parents. A kid will only get away with what you let him get away with. If you would have seen how my nephews were raised, one's a heart surgeon, one is a big-time executive. Listen, there's a book out there called Tiger Mom. That's how these kids were raised. And that's how I was raised. There was no excuses. I went 8.5 years without missing a scheduled day of work. 8.5 years. My grandfather never missed a single day at work at Wheaton Steel. My father missed 7. That's just how we were raised. It's not the kids. The kids will only get away with what their parents let them get away with. It's the Gen Xers who raise these kids that show up on my job site, and they're like cream puffs. They can't read a tape measure. They don't know the working end of a shovel, and they think they're doing me a favor showing up on my job site. I would fire 7 to 10 of them a week. I didn't have time for it. If these parents got to start toughening up on these kids, and that would change this country overnight.
All right, Craig. Good stuff, buddy. We'll talk to you this weekend. Appreciate you. We'll come back. We've got Cynthia in Florida, Anthony in Oakland. Don't forget State Rep Josh Kale on that speech and what it meant for Pennsylvania coming up after the news at 8. But the majority of tonight's show, it's your phone calls up until 10 o'clock. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
We're only 29 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
This is attorney Christine Brown-Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention KDKA.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Bloomberg Money Minute time, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks today.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, here we go. Right back to the phones to Florida. So what can you tell me, or what have you heard about what happened in Cuban waters today? Go ahead, Cynthia.
The ship, a speedboat, approached Cuba, and the Coast Guard responded, and the people on that boat fired at the Coast Guard. Coast Guard fired back, killed several of them, and tried to rescue the other ones. That's what I know.
Okay,
so far.
one more time. Repeat that, please.
The speedboat was approaching Cuban waters, in Cuban waters, and the Coast Guard responded. And the people on the boat fired at the Coast Guard.
Oh, geez.
Coast Guard fired back and killed several of them. And then the Coast Guard tried to rescue the others who were injured. Now, that's what I know so far.
Wow.
I don't know who these nuts were on the speedboat, but that's what happened. So, anyway, I called it. I didn't watch any of this last night. I just didn't want to waste the brain cells. I just didn't. But I called about the AI centers. The man who developed AI, his name was Geoffrey Hinton. They call him the godfather of AI. He said he wished he had never developed it. And he talked about the dangers. AI will outsmart humans and will not benefit society. And we can't control it. And there are instances where they have done things to prevent being disabled. They've developed their own community. It's called Moatbots. And these AI agents are communicating with one another, and human beings can't interfere. All they can do is watch them. But I know in Memphis, these turbines that are, powering AI, they're releasing methane. These people in this one community are being poisoned. I'm glad that a lot of farmers, like in Georgia, one Pennsylvania, they're refusing to sell their land for this. And what will happen is that in places where people aren't paying attention and these sites are developed, they will utilize all of the water, all of the energy, and they will prohibit or limit the energy and the water that the surrounding communities could have. Mark my words, if this continues. So, we're getting ahead of with laws to regulate this stuff. And people are going to regret it if we live that long. Because I was reading in the Israeli paper today that they're saying Trump is going to attack Iran on Thursday. So
that's tomorrow.
Maybe none of us
That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
Well, is that tomorrow? Okay. Well, that's what Times of Israel, MAARIV, is saying. So maybe we don't have to worry about it.
All right. Because, well, listen, you and I in the age category we're in, I think we're going to be safe from AI. All right? Don't worry about it. Listen, I still think AI is necessary because we have a workforce in America that doesn't want to work. Listen, I can't tell you what a game changer it's meant for me, just what I do every day. It's a massive game changer for me. And I absolutely embrace it. But we are in a society today where people just don't want to work. And listen, Jamie Dimon and others who are all in on this, they've said, look, embrace it. It's not going anywhere. It's not going to take your job if you learn to work with it. You have to learn to work with it. All right, let's see if we can get another one here. Always outspoken. Here he comes, Ralph from Bloomfield with your Pratt Pack. Hey, Ralph.
Hey there. How are you?
I'm good, sir. Good.
Yep. A couple callers ago was talking about the manufacturing and being done here in the back in the U.S. I would say there is some truth, and I'm going to lean on something on tariffs here. There is some truth that a lot of the infrastructure does not exist for specific product categories. Let me give you a real good example because I do this for a living, firsthand on what Trump did and what the other countries responded. So you'll get like a 25% tariff on China, and you'll get a 50% tariff, and it would be like on we'll just say textile goods because that's what I deal in a lot. On India, what he did was it forced India to eat the 25% of the half the tariff. To the being that they're the makers that are overseas to be able to continue to sell it in the U.S., or the folks that are doing the purchasing here would just flip it to Bangladesh, who has less of a tariff, or they would flip it to China, which is what those countries want to avoid. So he kind of shrunk the ability. Well, he shrunk the margins that they were making specifically at India because he hit them with a higher tariff. But it was strange that it would shift to China. But people don't understand that that's been going on. That some of the countries are eating the tariffs or a portion of it so that the U.S. companies don't flip business. You could get the infrastructure back here for a lot of things, and what is mostly lacking is actually equipment. It's not warehouse space. It's not skilled labor. You can get it. It's actually equipment to build stuff that doesn't exist here in America at the moment. And you'd probably need 24 to 36 months to get it. And that's the clock that everybody's working against. And the tariffs are a nightmare. I can tell you, having to deal with them, they're just a nightmare on how you allocate them and how they switch month to month, depending on what product lands. It's a total nightmare. We have a team of people that have to work on it.
Not to get too personal, but can I have an idea or a hint of what you do?
Yeah, textile stuff, manufacturing. So you're talking stuff like gloves, for example, effectively equipment that's getting moved into the construction space. It's getting moved into general industry, stuff that goes to places like U.S. Steel. Just to give you an example, stuff that's going to companies like PJ Dick, for example.
Contractors.
But but
here, let me tell you where this all started. Where I think we finally started to realize we'd gone off the cliff when that pandemic broke out, and I found out that we had to get ventilators from other parts of the world, and we couldn't even make ventilators in this country. I mean, we have let this slip through our fingers way too long, and I don't even know if it is possible to save it, Ralph. I just don't. Go ahead.
Let me tell you something that's not even related. I said I want to buy new flatware, and I did research because I wanted to buy USA-made flatware 1810. Do you know there's only one company that makes that in the United States? Company in upstate New York. I bought from them, and I try to buy as American as much as possible. But all the flatware you find in the USA, there's only that's here. There's only one company that makes stainless steel 1810. So it is hard to find things here, but the infrastructure can be brought back. But you need 24 to 36 months to do it.
Listen,
by and large.
I got to get to the news. I'd like to shake your hand sometime. Yeah. I have a lot of friends in Bloomfield. I don't know where you live, and I'm sure you know many of the same people I do. So if and when you run into someone and they say, I heard you on the radio, let's try to get together and maybe have a cup of coffee and even do something on social media. Because, listen, you're in the heart of the matter. And the only way people understand what's happening with manufacturing and why we need to lean into local, they gotta see it firsthand and hear about it. So whether you believe it or not, your call made a big difference here tonight.
Have a nice night. Take care.
All right. Yeah. Listen, man. I mean, and you know what he said to make my ears perk up, right? He's product going into U.S. Steel. I honestly don't think that the president really wants all these tariffs. I think he's just trying to use it as a tactic to get these people back to the bargaining table. But what the American people did, they turned on him. It's like these data centers. What are we supposed to do? How do we create generational wealth? How do we get back into some sort of manufacturing setting unless we look to the future? You just can't keep saying no to every idea. You just can't. You got to let it run its course. You at least have to give something an opportunity to put a mill gate at the end of Main Street to where people go and spend 30 years and pass it on to the next generation. And those paychecks, just like putting money in the bank every week, start to add up and pay dividends. All right, State Rep Josh Kale next.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly clear and 43 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. A local advocate is urging parents to talk with their teens after a sextortion case at Peters Township High School. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
When Gail Brown with Pittsburgh Action Against Rape heard about the arrest of an 18-year-old accused of targeting classmates in an alleged sex extortion scheme at Peters Township High School, she says her first concern was for the victims.
And that they are kids that were coerced into believing that they were talking to somebody else, and they sent pictures, and then that quickly turned into threats and some extortion, blackmail.
Brown says warning signs can include secrecy, sudden requests for money, or threats tied to explicit images. Most importantly, she stresses victims need reassurance that what happened is not their fault and that support is available. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A former Denny's employee is accused of exposing himself inside the restaurant. West Mifflin police say 29-year-old Zachary Hiles was arrested after exposing himself Sunday morning to 3 women at Denny's on Lebanon Church Road. Court records indicate Hiles also made lewd comments and gestures. He's facing indecent exposure, harassment, and disorderly conduct charges. A new poll of Pennsylvania voters has some interesting findings about Governor Shapiro. News Radio KDKA's David Bollerado has more.
The Quinnipiac University poll finds Governor Shapiro's approval rating at 56%, polling analyst Tim Malloy.
He's a very popular governor, very good numbers, top 6, 7 governors in the country. But when we asked Pennsylvanians, how would you do in the Oval Office? Very middling numbers, sort of a 50-50 vote. So yes for the state, no for the Oval Office.
President Trump, who carried Pennsylvania in 2024, has been shedding popularity points for months, with 40% of state voters approving of how he's doing his job. That may be due in part to pocketbook issues, with only 3 in 10 voters surveyed saying they think the economy is getting better. David Bollerado, News Radio KDKA.
70-plus Democratic congressmen and senators were no-show at President Trump's State of the Union address last night. Senator John Fetterman telling Marty Griffin on KDKA that while he believes his colleagues have a right to boycott the speech, he feels it was disrespectful.
For me, it's just regardless, Republican, Democrat, whoever's the president, really should respect the office and respect the tradition of the speech now for that, honestly.
Fetterman says Congress should be setting an example for the rest of the country. The NFL draft now just 2 months away. How are about 500,000 people going to get to the draft sites at the Point, Acrisure Stadium? Lillian Gabreski, Director of Transportation for the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, says football fans won't want to drive into the Golden Triangle that weekend, so they emphasize park and ride.
We have these on the north side, the south side, east-west of the city, and most of the transit operators will be working to connect these to ease the flow of visitors downtown.
Gabreski also added that hotel operators are also in planning mode for the draft. Again, those dates, April 23rd through the 25th. PennDOT is sending help to Rhode Island as the state continues to dig out from last weekend's storm. In addition to sending 30 pieces of equipment, PennDOT will also have managers, mechanics, and other personnel from its Harrisburg, Clearfield, Indiana, and Uniontown regions to help out as well. KDKA Sports, Sidney Crosby is put on the injured reserve list. It's said to be out probably 4 weeks. The Penguins announced that today. They resumed their season after the Olympic break. tomorrow when they host New Jersey at 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time is 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm Paul Alexander in the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Conditions may apply to free hearing screening.
Are you or someone you know struggling with hearing loss? Nearly 37 million adults in the U.S. live with hearing loss, but many wait almost 9 years before taking action. The shocking part? Older adults with untreated hearing loss are more likely to experience social isolation and cognitive decline. The good news is getting your hearing screened is fast, easy, and free with Hear USA. At Hear USA, you'll meet with a hearing care professional who will screen your hearing, explain the results, and guide you on what to do next. If you've noticed any signs of hearing loss, don't wait. Schedule your free hearing screening and experience the benefits of the latest hearing aid technology. Don't miss out on life's moments. If you or someone you love thinks they're experiencing hearing loss, call Hear USA now for your free hearing screening. Call 800-493-8120 or visit hearusa.com today for a free hearing screening. Just call 800-493-8120. That's 800-493-8120. Hear USA. We've got your ears covered.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have some clouds around tonight, a low of 23. Clouds will give way to some sunshine tomorrow with a high near 40. And by Friday, a beautiful day, a little spring preview with sunshine and a high up to 56. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. Plus, you can trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, lots to talk to with State Representative Josh Kale. He joins us now, Metropolitan Window video screen. You can hear it and see it stream live, kdkradio.com. Click on KDK Watch. Josh, how are you?
I'm doing great, Rob. How are you? Looking good tonight.
Thank you. You always
Looking good.
look
I like that tie combat.
Thank you. Well, you always look good. Your youth rings eternal. But now listen. Now they're going to start pushing back on these data centers. I mean, Josh, we're putting them on the doorstep, all of these great opportunities and jobs to be able to benefit the region. And why is it that the American people push back on any type of manufacturing? They start talking negative before the positive. You've got great brands like Meta saying, I'll give you a 20-year contract, signed, sealed, and delivered. You got names like EQT, the Frontiers Group, Beaver Valley, Bruce Mansfield plant. Going to be a lot of work for the building trades. Going to bring a lot of money into the Beaver County. Yeah. You got $10 billion on the line in Indiana County at that data center. Why are people so negative about us trying to move forward in this region? Because the nation is looking towards us. The president talking about it last night. Go ahead.
Well, I think there's a couple things going on here, Rob. First off, thank you for having me. It's always fun to be on here with you and always a good conversation. I do believe that there's a lot of misinformation out there regarding these data centers, and there could be better communication from developers and end users of what these data centers are going to end up being like, and what really they're for. I mean, that certainly we could always do better with that, but in my experience, and I've been dealing with this development issue now for the last 5 or 6 months, where it's really gotten ramped up, is at least in my district, there is a desire, obviously, for the jobs, for the growth, for the opportunity, for the revenue stream, for local communities to build, whether it's manufacturing or these data centers. But the question really comes down to where. And I'm supportive, and I think it's the best approach in every regard as it relates to what Frontier is doing at Bruce Mansfield. You have a coal plant that is no longer operational. It's being converted to natural gas. It means more jobs. Means that plant. And then you have a center that its own anything from the grid. That's what President Trump has been talking about. That's what others have been talking about. That story is going to be the success story, I think, that we see. And Beaver County has numerous brownfields to put sites up. Where I do think there's legitimate concern, Rob, is local constituents being concerned about green sites being used for data centers. Really, different from the state in this potential developments and.
All right, Josh. Josh, I got to jump in here. This Wi-Fi, wherever you are, it's not working. So I'm going to have you hang up and call in the landline so we can get you on the air, because I'm not getting half the conversation. So you hang up and you call us in that number that I sent you earlier today on the landline, and we will get you on the air. So let me just jump back in the middle here, and then we'll get Josh back, and we'll let him start from the very beginning. I understand there's concern. There's concern for everything, and rightfully so. But look around at things you should be concerned about. Deteriorating roads and bridges, public education that's not being funded, okay? Moral fiber destroyed in America, the American family under siege, drug addiction, overdoses, crime, mass shootings. I mean, look what's happened in Guadalajara, Mexico, because of a drug cartel. Who do you think is the number one customer of these drug cartels? It happens to be the United States of America. Unless we find a way to get back to making things in America, we're never going to make it in America. Never. America will simply just fade away as we know it, never to return. In my humble opinion, if we don't figure out what's going on right now, our children and grandchildren will have nothing to even look forward to. Nothing, ever. It'll be taken from them. You can't keep pushing back on every opportunity to make a living. Why do you think all of these natural gas companies and these data centers with people like Facebook and Meta, why do you think they want to come here? Because we are the region that made America great the first time, the industrial age of the 19th going into the 20th century. I'm telling all of you right now that if we don't take an opportunity and run with it, we're never going to get an opportunity again. Do you realize these two projects alone are going to really bring in probably $15 billion, and that's really underplaying it. It's going to create thousands of jobs in the building trades. Little Homer City in Indiana County, population 950, is going to see an influx of money that they have never seen since day one. Indiana County, since day one. I saw it in Beaver County when Shell came and said, we're going to spend $2 billion. Oh, that's $4 billion. No, make it $6 billion. Oh, by the way, it's now $8 billion. Quit complaining. Be excited with what you have, the opportunity at your fingertips. This is not a Democratic or a Republican issue. This is a survival issue. The only way you have good education in America, the only way you have good health care in America, the only way you keep families together, keep kids out of crime, and more importantly, keep a roof over their head is by manufacturing middle-class jobs. Why is it that none of you can see America started to slip away when we lost the working class? Do you realize it's been 40-plus years since we had steel mills dotting every community along the Ohio River, the Allegheny, the Youghiogheny, the Monongahela? It's been over 40 years, and we've not come up with any solution. But now the solution is natural gas, and it's starting to happen. You don't have brands like Meta, Facebook saying, we'll sign up for 20 years unless they know they need it. And I'm going to explain to you later tonight why we need social media, why we need shows like this. Because people need a place to clear their heads, mental health, to air out whatever their grievances are. Because we've lost the art of communicating with one another. So I give you the right, because that's this country, to question it. But I promise you, if we keep questioning every aspect that wants to come and set up shop in Western Pennsylvania, the panhandle of West Virginia, or Eastern Ohio, they're going to stop knocking on our door. And you know what that means? The land of opportunity. People stop knocking. And we don't want that to happen. All right, let me get a break. We're going to get Josh on the other line, give him a chance to start over. So stay with us. 866-391-1020. If you want to get in the loop, we'll get to your calls right after the news at the bottom of the hour.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-960-3377. That's 800-960-3377. 800-960-3377.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
State Representative Josh Kale, here we go. Why so much pushback when it comes to these data centers, especially the one that's in our neck of the woods, the old Bruce Mansfield coal-fired power plant? Look, when you have people like Facebook, Meta, ready to sign a 20-year deal, you got to be all in. Job creation, not just in the building trades, but future jobs that give people a livable and affordable paycheck. So why so much pushback when we haven't even broke ground yet? Go ahead, Josh.
Hey, I think there's a lot of misinformation out there, Rob, on this type of stuff. I know when Shell came in, there was some effort by very large NGOs to pump information into this region that was just false. And it might be similar to what's happening now in the region, but I do think that developers and the large companies that are investing in these programs or in these developments would be wise to do a little better of communicating with the community, because there is so much confusion regarding them. I really believe that the Bruce Mansfield site is going to be the success story that will be the model for a bunch of other places. There you have an old coal-fired plant that is idle, that is not operating anymore, not producing electricity anymore, and hasn't been for a couple of years now. It's being converted to natural gas, and so that means jobs there. It means jobs maintaining the plant. It means use of local natural gas. and the data center is actually going to be off the grid. So it's not going to take electricity from the grid. In fact, any excess electricity produced by the plant is going to go back on the grid. So it's going to be a net positive for the grid. It's going to be a massive investment. It's going to be a lot of construction jobs. It's going to be the future jobs that you talked about. That's going to be the success story. And a lot of this confusion, I think a lot of it will be worked out. A lot of the misinformation, I think, will eventually change. But with artificial intelligence generally, and I put myself in this camp, not just speaking about a particular subgroup of my constituency. I think broadly, all kinds of different individuals and all of us in general aren't completely sure what artificial intelligence is going to bring. So there's a lot of questions regarding what the future is going to look like with this new technology. And that can, bring concerns, some of them legitimate and some not legitimate. But as far as this development, we got to do it in America, because if we're not going to develop it and do it responsibly, then you're going to have bad actors developing it and making it more powerful, and it'll hurt us in the long run. But Pennsylvania is well positioned for this type of development. The one thing I will say that I do have concerns about, and I don't think it's going to go this way, but it's something that I'm keeping an eye on, is when you start talking about building these massive projects in farmland. It's something we dealt with solar farms and solar panels. Our farmland is shrinking across the United States and across Pennsylvania. And there's various reasons for that. But when you go to rural communities and you take up green space and put some sort of industrial project in it, I think with all the brownfields that we have, it is incumbent upon us to encourage these developers to use those brownfield spaces, to repurpose them. We have access to railways, to rivers, to electricity, to infrastructure in these brownfields, and that's really where we should be focused. And by and large, that's where these developers are focused. I love Bruce Mansfield. And there's some interesting developments potentially occurring in other parts of Beaver County and Aliquippa and Midland. So, there's a lot of good things coming down the pipe, and it's just a matter of, making sure that we can take advantage of this as best as possible.
EQT going to supply the natural gas to that plant in Bruce Mansfield, of course, the former
Big
plant
deal.
in Shippingport. But let me just say what Toby Rice said the other day, the guy who's kind of the leader running that incredible brand. He said, look, I understand we all made a windfall this winter because I know what my gas bill was, and I'm sure a lot of people will agree. I just count my blessings that I was able to pay it. But I know people are struggling. I mean, I get it. But he said, if you let us put pipe and go after the gas that nobody's using, like up in New England, that price will come down and it will actually help consumers. So once again, the American people have to, as the president said, let us drill, baby, drill. Because everybody wants to make it work, but we got to get back to working again, and that means more pipes and these data centers and repurposing some of these brownfields. We need to get back to more manufacturing. And for those who think it won't happen, so be it. But it better happen, Josh. It better happen sooner than later.
I'm with you, because otherwise we're dependent on foreign adversaries. And let me just make a point. You make such a good point about what Toby said. And the president says drill, baby, drill, and we should, but really we need to also be saying build, baby, build, because we need to build these pipelines and electricity infrastructure out. And it's something that I've become increasingly frustrated with in Harrisburg. Governor Shapiro has talked a lot about the benefits of the natural gas industry, and that's great. It's true. The industry has been very beneficial. But then he puts forward legislation that leverages foreign energy sources, that subsidizes foreign energy sources by focusing on these renewables that are coming from China and other parts of the Far East, instead of using our own natural resources in Pennsylvania. Look, if we want to drive down the cost in Pennsylvania of our electric bills, we need to use our own natural resources. That means we need to start building coal power plants again, building natural gas power plants, and moving forward. And in order to do that, we need to build pipelines. We need to increase or shorten the time it takes to get a permit done for large-scale projects. And we need to abandon the Democrats' really just beholdens to the green movement that failed during the Biden administration, that's failing in Pennsylvania, and that's failing globally. And it's really leaving us behind if we don't move forward with it. So the rhetoric's good. That's good. That's positive. That's a step in the right direction. But we got to see some action. We got to see some action where we're really, truly embracing Pennsylvania natural resources and building power plants again using our natural resources so that our costs go down with electricity. And it also is going to incentivize manufacturers and other developers to come to Pennsylvania with a low cost of electricity. We have so much natural resources. We should have the lowest cost of electricity in the United States.
Lots of respect for the governor, but I can tell you right now, despite what this so-called Quinnipiac poll is saying, 55% to 37%, I've interviewed Stacey Garrity, and she's already out there meeting a lot of people, and she's all for some of the things that we're talking about. He better start to understand this is the only way to keep the census numbers in the plus column in Pennsylvania, even when he may move on to even the presidency. Bottom line is we have to manufacture and utilize this opportunity of this 24-karat gold beneath our feet that is the Marcellus Shale and Utica Shale. And I can tell you right now, after talking to her, Stacey Garrity gets that. And that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back for this gubernatorial race for him to get reelected and then get that opportunity in 2028. I hope he understands the significance of what we're talking about with these data centers.
Yeah, I agree with you. I hope he does as well. And he uses rhetoric that says he does understand it, the way he talks about our energy industry, the way he talks about development and projects. But then he proposes legislation in Harrisburg that would do the exact opposite. So he's playing a political game with our light switch. And if we keep playing these games in Harrisburg, eventually the light switch isn't going to work. And that's what we're up against here. And it's tough because you hear on television or on social media that, well, he supports fossil fuels and the energy industry. But then I'm reading the bills that he's proposing and the energy policy that he's proposing, and it has everything to do with windmills and solar panels.
It's not going to work.
Which aren't going to give us the base load that we need, and nothing to do. And it's being punished. It's actually punishing Pennsylvania natural resources, coal and natural gas. So we just need to hold his feet to the fire and make sure that his actions match his rhetoric. And if they do, Pennsylvania will be in a good place. But if they don't, Stacey Garrity is going to have a real opportunity to drive forward. I get concerned about the politics that are being played here. And you see in other places where the rhetoric just doesn't match the actions. And on energy policy and education policy, but we're talking about energy right now. On energy policy, the governor's proposed legislation has been wanting and has not been consistent with what he has proposed on the campaign trail, which is unfortunate.
All right, Josh, I appreciate you very much. We kind of spent a little bit more time on this than I wanted, but it's very important. It's been in the news, and I have to make people at least understand some of the rules of the road so they can make a clear choice, whether for it or against it. But we have to start creating massive jobs in that middle-class category, because if we don't do it, we're never going to make it into the next 50 years heading towards birthday number 300. Josh, thank you.
And let me just finish with this here, Rob. I had a town hall tonight, town hall. Almost every question was about data centers and development. So you are on point. People are asking questions about it, in support, against. We got to keep talking about it, keep communicating about it, and move us forward.
All right, buddy. Good stuff. I appreciate you. Have a good night.
Talk to you, Rob.
All right, yeah, we're going to have Keith Rothfuss here Monday night. I'm going to work this story as early and often as I can, because this is it. This is the chance to climb out of the abyss. This is a chance to start having bumper-to-bumper traffic in 3 shifts and energizing America. You know who Zuckerberg is. You know who Meta is. One of the greatest entrepreneurial success stories in the history of our country. And they want to do business with us for the next 20 years in Western Pennsylvania. If that doesn't excite you, you better check to see if you have a pulse. All right, we're going to take some calls on the other side. Let's talk about this and all sorts of other stuff until 10 o'clock. Got one line available, and it's got your name on it. 866-391-1020. Stay with us.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Cuba says its border troops shot dead 4 people and wounded 6 others on a Florida-registered boat in its territorial waters, responding after shots were fired from that boat. Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Suffice it to say, it is highly unusual to see shootouts in open sea like that. It's not something that happens every day. It's something, frankly, that hasn't happened with Cuba in a very long time. But we're going to find out. We're not going to base our conclusions on what they've told us.
The Trump administration will temporarily halt some Medicaid funding to Minnesota over fraud concerns. Dr. Mehmet Oz of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
$250 million is not going to be paid this month to Minnesota for its Medicaid claims.
NASA moves its grounded Artemis moon rocket from the launch pad back to its hangar for more repairs. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood.
Engineers can't access the rocket's second stage to make repairs at the launch pad, and that will delay the flight to at least April 1st.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com. and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill? Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy for tonight. We'll get down to 23 for an overnight low. Clouds will give way to some sunshine tomorrow with a high close to 40. And then we'll have a partly to mostly cloudy sky tomorrow night, a low 24. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, everybody. McGraw-Millhaven here, host of America at Night. Be sure to tune in right here for the next show when we get to the bottom of how in the world did these Mexican cartels manage to get so powerful and so big in Mexico. All that and more. America at Night with me, McGraw-Millhaven, and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sounds like a good show, but the reason, sir? Money. Greed. That's it. Bottom line, that'll be a good show tonight. I'll be listening on my way home. Hope you will too. All of our lines are lit. Give you an idea, we must have struck a nerve because we got calls from West Virginia, St. Louis, and Somerset standing by about these data centers and more. So let's go to Tom in West Virginia. Hey, Tom, welcome to KDKA.
Hey, for the record, I'm a retired IBEW electrician inside wireman out of Boston. I worked in Beaver, Pennsylvania back in 2020 before the state was shut down before COVID. I worked at a local 726 Beaver, Pennsylvania. Good bunch of guys.
Yeah, they got a new union hall. Absolutely. Go ahead.
All right. So here's the point. I'm very familiar with what happened to Pennsylvania in the early 80s. And I will blame that mainly on Ronald Reagan's first tax bill. And I've got a very, very good memory of where United States Steel spent $5 billion and bought out Marathon Oil.
Yes.
And the Steel Workers Union back then in the late 70s was very concerned about Korean steel because they were automating. And sometimes to save a hand, you must lose a finger. And the union in those days was willing to lose a finger. They realized we've got to go to automation to compete with the Koreans, who made very quality steel back then. So I'm not an idiot. Now, with your state, I am happy to see that Trump pushed for Nippon Steel to take over U.S. Steel or whatever it was. My memory's
no, you're right. You're right. You're right. Good stuff. Go ahead, Tom.
And with regards to natural gas, in 1992, I originally was going to vote for Ross Perot. I was working in Seattle back then at a Boeing manufacturing plant on an expansion as an electrician out of IBEW 46. Here's the point. I listened to Al Gore, the vice presidential candidate then, and he talked about converting the federal vehicles to natural gas-powered vehicles. And he made the argument that, yes, it would cost $5 billion, for the federal government to switch over. However, natural gas-powered vehicles create less pollution, they burn cleaner, and the engines last a lot longer. I was working with an electrician that had a 79 Chevy that was converted to natural gas, and the horsepower equivalent is very similar. Natural gas is just a little less. And he convinced me, and I thought, this guy's got something going on. And he also used the quote that the state of Colorado back then had a 100-year supply of the current natural gas energy needs as we need them now.
Wow.
And he also made the point that natural gas, which essentially is propane, is the least polluting of the fossil fuels. And he said, think about it. You cook with natural gas on your stoves, which I do in my home in Brockton, Massachusetts. My home in West Virginia, I cook with propane. And with your state, with the Marcellus Shales, my adopted state of West Virginia, Marcellus Shales, it runs up and down the East Coast Appalachian mountain chain. Our problem is New York State will not allow a natural gas pipeline to enter their state and exit. West Virginia, last summer, I paid $1.98 a gallon to fill my 500-gallon propane tank down here. Up in Brockton, Massachusetts, the second home I am, which is natural gas, but propane up there is almost $4 a gallon. Why is that? Because they can't get the gas. And, at some point, political parties need to have actual engineers and scientists discussing these problems. And with the data centers, I'm all in favor of it. Facebook is going to make a commitment that, hey, if you build if we fund a power plant, let's say in Monaca, Pennsylvania, we'll pay for it so we can generate our own electricity. We're going to use the natural gas under your ground to do it. I say so be it.
Amen.
Because those wages of tradesmen in that part of Pennsylvania, they were $40 an hour in the check in 2020, and probably another $20 an hour in wages and benefits. Healthcare, retirement.
You're spot on.
They've probably escalated by now. And you know something? There is a serious shortage of skilled tradesmen in this country. And for the last 50 years, we've had these idiots that have told kids in public schools, oh, no, you want to go to college. And I was told in 1974 in Foxborough, Massachusetts, in the 8th grade, it was the spring, they said, you're going to make the most important decisions of your lives. You can either go to a vocational school or go to Foxborough High School, take college prep, get yourself a good career and a comfortable retirement, or you can toil your life away in construction or manufacturing or the food service industry.
All right, let me ask you to wrap up, please. I got a lot of people that want to talk. Go ahead, Tom, about another minute.
But the point I'm trying to make is that parts of Pennsylvania, and I go down Interstate 81 all the time since I bought my place here in 87. I've gone into those little towns off of 81 that used to be dependent on steel, that things were great in the early jobs into the great state of Pennsylvania.
All right, Tom, I got to get to a break, buddy. I appreciate the call. Let me just kind of summarize, then I'll get this break in here and we'll come back, and I'm going to get to Scott, James, and Brian. And Tom's very passionate. Listen, I have dealt with Tom many times, highly intelligent. The guy has become very successful through a lot of sweat equity. But unless we start understanding what the big picture is, and that's we need the skilled workforce. And if we don't start leaning in and teaching our children that they need to go into the trades, who is going to do what needs to be done? Listen, when the opportunity stops knocking on your door because you don't have the people to do the jobs anymore, then you're in real trouble because they will go somewhere else. And when they find out that they don't have to pay as much for labor, they're going to stay there. That's kind of what happened in the steel industry back in the 80s, because it was push comes to shove, and the union and management was banging heads so much that I think management just said, look, we can't reinvest in our steel mills because we're paying too much of a wage, and every other year all we do is argue. So who needs it? Let's sell the product, let's sell the name, let's sell the brand, let's produce it elsewhere, cheaper labor, and no headaches. So right now, if there was ever a tipping point for America and its workforce to start educating future workforces, meaning carpenters teaching new carpenters that become journeymen and finally get that opportunity to be a full-fledged carpenter, then we're going to be in trouble. We're going to be in trouble. In all these union halls, we still have a generation or so that understands what it's all about to swing a hammer. And unless we start utilizing the talent that we have in these union halls by helping young people understand that it's good to wear a hard hat, it's good to wear a tool belt. Because when you do that, you start off with a livable wage. Once an apprentice, once you're a journey person, then you're on the job, you have a livable wage. You can start staking claim to your slice of that American pie. Get a home, obviously have an automobile, have good health care, have a pension that you know if you do your job and keep your nose clean, you're going to be able to retire with actually self-worth. And your Social Security isn't going to be what you're going to have to live off of. That's going to be gravy. And it's still one of the greatest gifts in the history of this country. And we have Medicare. Are you kidding me? And Medicaid. This is the greatest country in the world. But we have to make young people believe in opportunity. And the only way is to show them. And what we will see when these data centers and other places that are going to be built, if we just let them get started without pushing back when somebody opens their mouth and say they want to invest. That's happened. If I can't tell you how many times, whether it's Nippon, U.S. Steel, whether it's Royal Dutch Shell, whether it's these data centers. I mean, I get people saying, oh, no. I'm going to give you an analogy. I've seen stories about, certain energy being linked to disease, right? When my father was dying of lung cancer, I walked up, he was on the porch, he lit a cigarette. He died 3 months later. He basically got diagnosed in May and was dead in July. 73 years of age, young. Guy missed 3 days of work only because in 41 years he fell off a roof and busted a couple of ribs. I said to him, Dad, come on, what are you doing? He goes, listen, it wasn't this one. It was the 15 million before this one. So I always thought cigarettes, right? Well, after he died, I had a lot of television shows. We did a lot of really unique and interesting things, and I wanted to basically retrace his steps and my grandfather's steps and my godfather's steps and my cousin's steps and go into the mill that they all brought home a paycheck and raised their children. My uncle had 11. My dad had 6. They came from 9, so you had to have a good paycheck to feed the family, right? I went into this place, and I love this place, and I love that brand. But it was not the most safest place to work. And they used to work back in the day when there were no respirators. This was a zinc smelter. Okay? And I think I realized what happened to my father and so many of his friends who died relatively young from lung issues, heart issues. But asking my dad, would you do it all over again, even knowing the end result because of the paycheck that you got? Absolutely. And look, my life didn't turn out as good as my dad's. And he wouldn't be probably very excited with how I kind of ended up getting divorced again because he really loved my ex-wife, okay? But it is what it is. And I worked 20 hours a day, 20 years, no time off, up before the sun came up, home before the sun came down, no one to blame but myself. I couldn't keep my eyes open because I was working so much. But if you would say to me, this is how you're going to end up in your 60s alone, your kids are grown and safe, you gave them everything that they needed to live, and you may die prematurely because you pushed it too hard for 20 years, what would you say to that? I'd say, I'd do it all over again. That's what you do for family. That's what you do for your children. But we're talking state-of-the-art. We're talking safety beyond belief. We're talking clean-burning nuclear energy. We're talking these data centers, clean-burning natural gas that can really cut down on pollution and emissions and all the things that come with it. But you can't keep slamming the door shut when opportunity comes knocking because sooner or later, they won't be knocking anymore. All right, we'll take some of your calls on the other side. I just had to get that off my chest. 866-391-1020.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team as they discuss favorite recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, this from NBC. This is just so frustrating to me. Law enforcement is preparing to turn the Guthrie's home back over to her family and no longer sees it needs to be sealed up as a crime scene. Well, let me just tell you something. If anybody in my family goes missing, I don't want this sheriff's department trying to find them. How can you not be disappointed? And listen, nobody believes in law enforcement more than me. But 84-year-old woman taken from her house in no sign, no rhyme, no reason. Family offers $1 million. Nobody even responds. Where is she? I mean, come on. 866-391-1020. Off to St. Louis we go. Here's Scott. Scott, thank you so much for holding on. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Factory jobs they're either down or flat under Trump 2.0, and that's according to Trump 2.0.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. So what's it like? What's it like in St. Louis? What's the job market like in St. Louis? How's the city doing?
Well, I mean, it's okay. I mean, a lot of people, young people, they leave St. Louis, to find better opportunities other places. The Missouri legislature keeps cutting taxes, but nothing is free, I mean, Kansas did that too, and they figured out that it was a mistake, So, but what I'm saying is that the tariffs are obviously not working. Okay? They're not working. The economists were right. Trump is wrong. The Supreme Court did him a favor, but he didn't take it, So because he's a stubborn, incompetent, arrogant.
Okay, watch your language.
person.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the truth. You backed the wrong horse, man.
No, I didn't. Listen, I'm just talking about the American people. I'm not backing him. I'm backing work. And guess what? He is going about some things definitely in the wrong direction, but at least we're getting some things done. And cities like St. Louis and obviously cities like Pittsburgh, who has an $8.25 million deficit at the end of the year last year, and I've got to deal with it, could use that help right now. And this Nippon U.S. Steel deal is going to be helping places like St. Louis and Pittsburgh and Gary, Indiana, and down in Arkansas. So it ain't all bad, but I respect your opinion for sure. Thank you for the call. Let's head out to Somerset and say hi to James. James, you're on KDK. How you doing?
I'm doing semi-good, Rob. I have two major opposite concerns here. One's on transit with what Rich Fitzgerald's pushing with that young lady, because they're not putting out everything that's going to harm those in those outer counties outside of PRT service. Those services on the weekend, most of those services do not enter downtown Pittsburgh on the weekend. So that Saturday service is going to be deeply cut.
Affected, yep.
Those people come into downtown and expect to get back out to, let's say, Newcastle, Uniontown, Westmoreland. Monday through Friday, those services cut out early. As far as those data centers go, I'm dealing with a transient issue right now, trying to keep myself safe by driving while I'm out looking for work. I forgot what PRN station it was. I think it was Harrisburg. There is a farm north of US 30, north of Gettysburg, New Oxford, Pennsylvania, north of Hanover, but south of Carlisle. The farm is owned by the Hollabaugh family, and PRN spoke with that gentleman and stated that they're trying to get these farmers to allow the data centers to use their land.
Well, here's the thing. If a farmer wants to sell some of his land, look, in the natural gas industry, when we started drilling wells, I can tell you firsthand, some of these contracts that they got with some of the people who were doing that early on saved their family farm. We can't start to interfere with these farmers who want to make a profit and sell land so they can hang on to their real estate. That's totally up to them. And those folks or anybody, if they decide, that's on them. But I think the best solution is what Josh Kale was saying, the state representative, and I don't know if you heard him or not, James. He was saying you need to take some of these brownfields that have been empty. I mean, we've got the old Bethlehem Steel, American Bridge and Ambridge. We've got the old Crucible Steel property in Midland. I'm just talking about ones that I know of. I'm sure many of you already have ideas in your head where they could go. I think we have to start pushing and directing them in that direction to utilize some of those brownfields. So that's how I see it. Let me give you a minute to kind of summarize. Go ahead.
I respect that, but my main concern is we have been giving up far too much of our farmland.
Yes, I agree.
And as when we were in school, as we got older, because I'm 62 now, they're always saying as the population starts growing again, there's not going to be enough food out there. And the more that these farmers lose their farm, we're going to have less and less.
Well, what I would be concerned about is we're selling a lot of this agriculture to Chinese-owned companies that are coming to America and putting money on the line. And if we would actually get back to creating middle-class jobs and people go to the grocery store to fill up their shelves every 2 weeks because they've got 3-4 children that they've got to feed like we had, you'd have plenty of farmers. And there's still a lot of local farmers that a lot of people do business with. But the way to make everything start to balance out, it is really simple, James. You got to create a middle class. And how do you do it? You have that plant at the end of Main Street. That's what these data centers are. That's what the Shell petrochemical plant is. That's what Nippon U.S. Steel is. They're going to put $100 million into that facility. That's the first investment alone. It's there. It's right at the end of our fingertips. We just have to grab it. 866-391-1020.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Lenny McAllister.
There are two things that are going on internationally that we need to keep an eye on. Amid everything that's going on, we have a buildup in the Middle East with Iran that we need to be mindful of. And will the president initiate an attack on Iran? And we have what's going on south of the border. Threat of we're going to end the drugs coming over our border one way or another.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday noon to 5 p.m., or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132, or log on to shop380.com and save.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Heather Bosch. Several people on a U.S. registered speedboat are dead after a confrontation with Cuban soldiers. More from CBS's Lilia Luciano.
It's very unusual to see a speedboat going into Cuba. There's a lot of speculation about why into Cuban waters. What the Cubans are saying is that the people in the boat started firing at them. 4 people were killed. We don't know if they're U.S. citizens or if they're U.S. residents, but the boat is registered to Florida, to the United States.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. is gathering its own information and won't speculate on what happened. Former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton are slated to testify this week in a House investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. And there's fallout from the latest round of documents linked to the convicted sex trafficker.
More big Epstein problems for more big names. Larry Summers, a former Clinton administration Treasury Secretary, says he'll retire from his remaining post at Harvard University after November's release of some Epstein files showed dozens of messages between the men, including one in which Epstein appeared to call himself Summers' wingman and talked about how Summers should approach a woman they both knew. Summers was not accused of wrongdoing.
That's CBS's Scott McFarlane. A severe economic crisis continues to dog Iran. CBS's Charlie Daggett reports.
The pressure is mounting inside Iran. Protests have started up again this week. And on the social media platform X, the CIA is now posting messages in Farsi urging demonstrators to contact the agency and how to do so safely, which all sets the stage for talks tomorrow in Geneva.
Those talks between the U.S. and Iran are aimed at setting limits to Iran's nuclear program. The Trump administration is not ruling out military action. Police in Maryland say the man they arrested for murdering a resident at the senior living center where he worked used the same gun to shoot at a state trooper who survived. Montgomery County Police Captain Sean Gagan.
We're hopeful that as we get
further in, doing more of an investigation, we're going to get a better sense of what was going on behind the scenes, what types of communications Marquise James had, what he was searching on his electronic devices, and we're hopeful that that's going to lead us to a better sense of why.
A big recall involving some of BMW's most prestigious models.
Nearly 59,000 BMWs, including the flagship 7 Series and several electric vehicles, have an issue with a wiring harness in the air conditioning. It can short and cause a fire risk. The vehicles involved are from the 2024 through 2026 model years.
Jeff Gilbert there. This is CBS News.
It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth. 48 Hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Never mind the blizzard. For one Boston couple, it turned out to be a great day for a white wedding.
Maddie McNamara and Drew Baker had planned a small ceremony at the Boston Public Library, but it was closed for the blizzard. So they eloped in their hotel instead.
I've never seen anybody as not stressed as they were. It was amazing.
Photographer Chris Graham says the newlyweds then headed outside to the Boston Common. Maddie in just her white gown and Drew in his black tuxedo.
Frolicked around there, threw snowballs at each other, jumped in the snow, laying on their backs like snow angel style.
It should make for a great wedding album. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
2 dogs are safe after a terrifying run on a highway on Long Island during this week's blizzard. Snowplow driver Kenny McGowan came to their rescue, putting on his lights and sirens, then using his truck to block traffic as he gathered up the 2 lab mixes. He put them in the back of the plow and drove them to the local animal shelter. Good job. I'm Heather Bosch, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have some clouds around tonight, a low of 23. Clouds will give way to some sunshine tomorrow with a high near 40. And by Friday, a beautiful day, a little spring preview with sunshine and a high up to 56. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
So why are you all so afraid of the future? Why wouldn't you want to be excited about seeing new buildings going up? Opportunities for your children and grandchildren. I mean, do you understand? When we were growing up and our parents were growing up, the majority of you who are listening to me right now, they ate good. They didn't count calories. They went on vacation. Didn't need to go to some resort, just maybe to Lake Erie, right? Case of beer meant for a great weekend of family and friends. Good food for the holidays, Sunday dinner, actually communicating with one another, going to church services or to synagogue. Entrepreneurs, Main Street America. Hey, going to McDonald's every 2 weeks was a big deal. Nobody argued about health care. Nobody argued about the price of a prescription. Very few people needed a prescription because people didn't get sick. They just lived life to the fullest and eventually got worn out and passed away. You didn't have murders. You didn't have drug addiction. You didn't have drug overdoses. You didn't have bridges falling from the sky, brick and mortar roads crumbling. You didn't have education problems. We lived in a great society because of work, because of opportunity. I don't know what to tell all of you other than don't be afraid to peek into the future. Don't worry about what opportunities are there. Embrace it. Embrace it. So how do you all feel about these data centers? What are you afraid of? I mean, what's concerning you? I mean, do you understand what we used to do to manufacture in this country back in the 30s and 40s and how dangerous those jobs were? But people were grateful for those jobs. Not only do we not have a work ethic in our society, people aren't grateful for what they have. 866-391-1020. Brian Munhall. Brian, go.
Hi, Rob. Hey, I'm going to detract a little bit from your data centers. Hey, can I mention this? President Trump hit it out of the park last night. That was a great speech, really great. But, you know, here, I'm going to admit something. I'm a registered Republican, and I read something last week that I disagree with him about. He apparently wants to allow the continued use of glyphosate, like the ingredient in Roundup for like as a herbicide. And I'm going to tell you, Rob, I've been reading a little bit about how agriculture has changed so much in our country. You know, nowadays we pen up. It's like factory farming. Not everywhere, not all the time, but we put cows in pens. We force feed them corn. Sometimes the same with pork. Sometimes with chicken. When the European settlers came to our country, and they met up in the Midwest with the American Indian, there were vast herds of buffalo. And you remember that movie, Dancing with Wolves?
Yep.
Remember that?
Uh-huh.
Remember when the Union soldiers just shot and killed the buffalo and just let them lay on the prairie? I mean, that was a waste. But anyway, what I'm trying to say to you is our farmland has become so mechanized and kind of tainted that our beef herd is the lowest it's been since 1950. Have you heard that?
Yep, I have.
Okay, well, we're getting the beef from Argentina. So anyway, what I'm trying to say to you is our soil needs to be regenerated by natural, ecological methods. And I'm not an expert at this, but you know what that involves? Cattle that eat grass, not corn, that graze. That like I said, they're not force-fed. That their dung reinforces and fertilizes.
Okay. I don't need to know about their bathroom habits. Get to your point. Come on.
That was my point.
Okay. All right.
It's a natural process.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you, Brian. All right. Let's go to Greg in Mount Washington. Hey, Greg.
What's up, Rob Pratt? How you doing, brother?
I'm okay, man. What's going on?
I'm okay, too. Well, you know what? I want to know if we could get downtown back together again, man. You know, I grew up in the hill coming into downtown Pittsburgh as a little kid, man. It was so nice, so beautiful, a lot of nice people, man. Could that ever happen again? Or will they make every building downtown an apartment building, and we'll have to go to either Robinson Town Mall to shop or Ross Park Mall to do all the shopping? We're just going to have a bunch of apartment buildings in downtown Pittsburgh forever. Is that going to happen, Rob?
I don't know. Listen, I just know if we don't find jobs for people and get people back to actually wanting to go to work, nothing is ever going to work in this country.
Rob, a lot of people don't want to work.
Tell me about it.
A lot of these younger people, they don't work. You know why? Their parents, their mothers messed them up. They didn't make them work. They gave them everything. They don't want to work now, man. They don't want to do nothing. A lot of jobs is open, but nobody want to work, Rob.
Lazy.
That's how it is nowadays.
Listen, they're lazy. The whole world is lazy right now.
Lazy ain't the word, Rob.
Well, what is the word?
There's another word for that.
Okay, well, we don't need
the welfare system took over them. That's what happened, Rob. The SSI, the welfare system, the drugs, alcohol. It's got them all getting checks now. They don't have to work. Everybody's a welfare recipient or a SSI check recipient. That's what happened, man. And I fought the Democrat Party for it. You got 200 generations of welfare through the Democrat Party. Have a good day, Robert.
All right, man. Yeah, God, I don't know what it's going to take. What is it going to take for me to make you understand? You can't expect the government to get you out of all of this. Okay, you can't be worried about what you're paying at the price as far as gas at the pump or what you're paying for, a pound of meat at the grocery store. Enough of this madness. And complaining about the way Donald Trump looked last night or what he said last night. Democrats do it too. Don't you understand? We are the human ping pong. They just keep hitting us over the net. And we never get a chance to actually be a part of anything. They're using us as that political pawn. Don't you get it? When you get a corporation that comes and says, I'm going to build, I'm going to create, I'm going to generate, you better do something about it. You better get up and do something about it. Because if you don't, you won't have anything. Don't you see where we are? We have law enforcement issues. We have public education issues. We have health care issues. We have generational wealth issues that have been going on for 40 years. There was a time when I would say, hey, if you're doing the job that your parents did, call me. Every line would have been lit the entire time I was on the air. That's not the case anymore. Don't you see? We're going to start losing whole communities, towns, cities, boroughs, municipalities. They're going to vanish. School districts are going to disappear. We have to find a reason for people to want to come to a particular place on the map in this country. And what brings people, even those who go to places to vacation, it's some sort of economy that is working because of some signature company that is a part of that community. I ask all of you to listen to me and to listen to me good. And we're going to talk about this on the other side. You better start leaning into technology and the future and these resources that I'm talking about, like data centers. Because if there's any hope for America, these things are the only hope we have. 866-391-1020. What'd you think about that speech last night? Come on, give me the real, raw, honest opinion of what you felt. And I don't know about you, I felt pretty patriotic. 866-391-1020.
Time now for a Black History Month Spotlight.
Today we honor U.S. Congresswoman Summer Lee. A North Braddock native, she graduated from Woodland Hills High School, earned a journalism degree from Penn State, and a law degree from Howard University. In 2018, she became the first Black woman elected to the Pennsylvania State House from Allegheny County, winning re-election twice before making history again in 2022 as the first Black woman from Pennsylvania elected to the U.S. House, representing the 12th District. She now serves on the Education and the Workforce Committee and the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, continuing her work for education, social justice, and the Pittsburgh community.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
Rick from Irwin suffered for 14 years with peripheral neuropathy from an autoimmune disorder. He was super skeptical when he came in. He'd been going to doctor after doctor, and they told him there was nothing that could be done. After qualifying Rick for our program, utilizing our FDA-approved, most powerful equipment on the market today that's non-invasive, no surgeries, no drugs, we were able to get him almost 100%.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Rick. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let me kind of put everything together here. So I've been talking a lot about Facebook, right? Because they're the ones going to sign the 20-year contract that's really going to supply the jobs, the energy, the building trades, and everyone to be able to do that job. And obviously, EQT will have a nice contract as well because they're going to be supplying the natural gas. What does it all mean? Jobs, jobs, jobs. But I want to kind of come to the defense of Facebook, if I can, and Mark Zuckerberg, recently at these hearings talking about whether or not social media is addictive. Look, social media, like anything else, if you overdo it, it's no good. Hey, if you exercise too much, if you eat too much, if you drink too much, it can hurt you. It can. But when you do things in moderation, it can really work for you. So I was thinking about Facebook today a lot because of these data stories that I keep supporting. And I kept thinking to myself how wonderful it is and what it did during the pandemic, because a lot of older people, grandparents like me, actually were able to, in real time, FaceTime their grandchildren. But then I thought of something else that Facebook and other social media platforms don't get credit for. And they weren't the first to do it, but they've really personalized it. But I've been able to do it because of what I believe was the original social media platform and still is to this day. And it actually gives you even more, I think, because of the theater of the mind and a chance to interact with people about issues that affect them locally. Two-way conversation, if you will. Two-way conversation. Because most of the social media posts are just individuals, right? Which is okay, and I'm going to get to my point. But, you know, one of the things that I was always proud of, whenever I would work the overnight show, especially during the holidays, you would get somebody who was really going through a tough time. And there were people that actually were talking suicide. And now we have that 988 number, right? Well, recently we've lost two other people, Martin Short's daughter and Robert Carradine, to suicide. Suicide has been a part of our life, all of us, in every walk of life. I'm sure if you're listening right now, you understand, especially if it's someone that you loved or you've dealt with it personally, or maybe you've even had these thoughts. And remember, 988, there's always someone there. I'm a big proponent of talking about it and helping people, as I have many times on this radio station. But I was thinking about Facebook today because of this story, and I kept thinking people don't understand why it's needed and why it's going to be a part of this world, even after Mark Zuckerberg, who's 20 years younger than me, is no longer a part of the planet. Because it's like one big can opener. It just opens that great doorway or that lid to communication. But one of the things that I have seen people do, they open up. They talk. They shed tears. Lindsey Vaughn recently talking about how her leg was saved from amputation because of a miraculous job of a surgeon who wouldn't have been there with her on the slopes if she had not had these previous knee injuries. Immediacy. Giving her a platform, a chance to thank people and also let her feelings come out. People that have lost their parents, people that have lost their children, people who are going through a difficult time, people that simply say, I'm at XYZ hospital, please pray for me. Other than all of the information, the education, the fun, the seriousness as far as the news is concerned or trends in the world of social media, TikTok, Facebook, X, YouTube, and radio. Radio gives you the most immediacy. That's in my opinion. That's why I think talk radio is going to become more important than ever before. I mean, I noticed tonight in my hour that began not that long ago and finished, I had calls from St. Louis, Somerset, West Virginia. People actually out there wanting to engage in conversation. I had a lady call from Derry, Pennsylvania tonight who just wanted to thank us for what we do at this radio station. But it also gives people a chance to vent, to talk. And I really believe, even when you see some of these big stars, like the passing of Eric Dane, who died from ALS, all of the people that were connected. And I've done a lot of charitable work in the past just promoting Live Like Lou because of a friend, a mutual friend, who died because of Lou Gehrig's disease. And I've had others since. But this Eric Dane story, very personal. He was being interviewed, talking about things that he would do differently. And I guess what I'm trying to say, it really is a good tool. But when you have some of the most important people on the planet basically doing that, as I call it, Facebook selfie, leaning it up on the kitchen counter, putting their elbows on the counter, getting nose to screen, and just bearing their soul, it connects us all. It makes us one. And that's what we need in our society now more than ever. I'm so concerned about the great divide in America. And it shouldn't be that way, especially with the ability to communicate in real time. Do you know what joy it does for me when I get a text message from my children? I can be having the worst day, but at this stage of my life, there are no worst days because I control my own destiny. I've fought the good fight. I've climbed every mountain, and whenever I decide to say, that's it, folks, so long, I can do it. But for all the years, and I just had a conversation with someone, you know, I spent my entire life worrying about stuff, causing me grief, sleepless nights, overworked, pushing my body to an extreme. And if I would have known that I was going to end up, and I'm happy, but in this situation, at my age, my children grown, I would have said, you know, Rob, you should have slowed down a little bit. But I didn't know how to because it was all about make the money, take care of the family, get out there and grind. And you, my radio audience, were important to me. I didn't want you to be alone on holidays. I didn't want you to have to worry about what the weather was going to be like. I didn't want you to have no one to turn to when there was a national crisis going on or something affecting your neighborhood or your community or the state we call home. I wanted to be your sounding board. And there were times I came to work when I should have stayed home because I wasn't well. But I kept thinking over and over what my mother once told me when I was coming into work early in the morning, little sleep. It was a holiday and I wasn't going to be with my family. She said, look, you are the family of people that are alone like me who need you, that voice, somebody to comfort them. I never forgot that. But you see, that's what things like Facebook and Google and KDKA and Odyssey do every single day. And back in the day, like I said, the radio was on constantly. The radio back in the day was no different than someone scrolling on their phone. And now you have an app, an Odyssey app. You can take us wherever you go. You don't need to plug in a radio anymore. The Alexa, I love it. Got it myself. Play KDKA. It's there. It's great. You know, there was a radio on in my house, and there was a promotion on this radio station talking about Alexa. And it basically walked everybody through what to do. Just say KDKA. Well, the next thing you know, my Alexa started playing KDKA. And I thought, that's magical. How my mom and dad would have loved to have had that ability to get up in the morning with a coffee on and say, hey, play KDKA. But you see, they never had to do that because it was never off. And you knew when it was time to get up because that radio got turned up a little bit. So please embrace technology, okay? Embrace the future. Embrace what this world is. It's a land of 333 million and some change. And if we don't start changing our ways and leaning into this future, I mean, when you have some of the biggest names in technology saying, look, we need to fix things when it comes to energy in this country. I don't know what else to tell you, but isn't it ironic? All of those jobs of people like Microsoft, Apple, and Facebook, and Google, which were the blue-collar jobs over the last 20 years that kept this country afloat, and they're all heading back to the White House, these tech giants. I love the fact that they were at the inauguration. I love the fact that they were at that dinner. I love the fact they were sitting with the president. Even he at 79 knows it's the future. But isn't it ironic that now you have names like Facebook who are going to be in the business of rebuilding a power plant? You've had Bill Gates talking about nuclear energy. Isn't that awesome? We've gone full circle. So the blue collars in technology from the tech geeks that I absolutely respect, and I just wonder where all those brain cells come from. Now we're getting back to the lunch pail, the sandwich that I remember as a kid growing up. Don't you see the opportunity that's out there? And to build all these structures, what are we going to need? Steel. And that's why Nippon U.S. Steel is such a great deal for everyone. And what are we going to use to make that steel? Coal. Something we know a whole lot about. And when these jobs get created, people are able to go out and buy a nice phone, Verizon, AT&T. They're able to do their research, get educated. Listen, AI, I got to tell you, if I'd have had AI 20 years ago in this business, I'd have been at the network. You'd have seen me on the CBS Evening News. It's magical. This Gemini, I absolutely sometimes just go, thank you, thank you, thank you. But you see, it's the human element working with the artificial intelligence. Please, all I'm saying, and I'm going to get to your calls on the other side, even the president understands you've got to have the best of both worlds. I know he can be a little rough around the edges, but at least he's talking business. At least he wants to create jobs. At least he's doing something with the office to help the citizenship of this country. Something we should have been doing back in the 80s when these mills started to shut down. But guess what? No more out of business or going out of business. This is what I want you to think, and this is what I want to see. The United States of America, as of today, is open for business. All right, give me your thoughts. 866-391-1020. Either embrace future or get out of the way and let it happen. We'll be back.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowes.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Cuba says it killed 4 people on board a Florida-registered speedboat that opened fire on soldiers. CBS's Christian Benavidez.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says that they are trying to get into Cuba to get access to determine whether any U.S. citizens were on board.
Another prominent name turns up in the Epstein files. The result?
Harvard University says its former president and Treasury Secretary Larry Summers will resign from teaching at the school. Summers has been on leave since November. He'll leave the university at the end of the school year.
That's CBS's Christopher Cruz. The U.S. and Iran are set to hold indirect talks tomorrow on curbing Iran's nuclear program. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says that's not the only danger when it comes to Iran.
I want everybody to understand that beyond just the nuclear program, they possess these conventional weapons that are solely designed to attack America and attack Americans if they so choose to do so.
CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
Hi, Paul Alexander with some breaking news. This September, head west with me for a 5-day Arizona adventure based in beautiful Flagstaff, where cool mountain air and wide open skies still mean something. From there, we'll explore Sedona's Red Rock Country, where freedom feels as big as the views. Stand at the edge of the Grand Canyon, one of America's greatest natural treasures, and take in the crystal blue waters of Lake Powell, carved by time, grit, and nature, not Washington bureaucrats. 5 days, one unforgettable trip, history, adventure, and American beauty, all without the crowds or summer heat. September's the perfect time to go, and these spots will fill up quickly. Don't wait. Give Cruise and Tour a call. Travel with KDKA.com to book your Arizona escape and see firsthand what makes this country worth exploring. Call 800-383-3131 or go to travelwithkdka.com for all the details and to reserve your spot. That's 800-383-3131 or travelwithkdka.com.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, folks, Marty Griffin here. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free and 0% financing for 36 months. Plus, $500 off your project. Restrictions apply.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy for tonight. We'll get down to 23 for an overnight low. Clouds will give way to some sunshine tomorrow with a high close to 40. And then we'll have a partly to mostly cloudy sky tomorrow night, a low 24. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow in the Big K Morning Show. Will we need the KDKA Radio Storm Center again? Plus, win tickets to see the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, a sign of spring.
All right, back at it. Here's Helen in the Forest Hills area of our great region. Hey, Helen, good evening and welcome to the show.
Hi. First of all, I'm going to say I'm an independent. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. And I watched this last night. I watched Trump with a bunch of older people like myself. Not a bunch, a few of us. And I thought he looked great. And I was actually jealous. He was able to stand there, and give that speech. How long was the speech? An hour and something?
2 hours.
He stood there the whole time, and we were all saying we couldn't stand there all that time. Everybody has a bad back or something. And anyway, I just thought he looked great. Whether I agreed with everything he said or not, I don't know. But for that man to be 79,
got more energy than me. Got more energy than me, Helen.
And you know what? Another thing you said way back, nobody took pills. Now I went to a Giant Eagle to pick up a script in Monroeville. I was in line for I don't know how long in the car. Forever. Everybody has taken 10 pills. Nobody, my mother and dad never took pills. And my mother lived to be 97, and my dad lived to be 84. They never took any pills. You're right about that. Nobody took pills way back.
It's sad. It's just so sad. And people don't even give the person the benefit of the doubt who's the president of the United States. They won't even give that person the benefit of the doubt.
Well, like I said, I thought for 79, I couldn't believe it that he gave that performance.
You did a great job, Helen. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go to Jeff in Lawrenceville. Jeff, you're on KDK with your Pratt Pack. How are you?
It's just so sad. And
all right, you got to turn your radio down. Please tell him, Greg, turn his radio down. Lewis, Elk County. Go, Lewis.
Hey, Rob. Great program as always. I just want to tell you the recipe is in. What the Steel Valley and all the investment from years past, 200 years, it's known. I mean, we need technical people. We need common builders. We need steel people. We need all kind of architectural people. And we have the educational facilities right there. We just need the financial people to get behind them. I mean, years back, they took a lot of investment out of the area. They put it overseas to avoid the environmental issues and labor issues, and they cut out taxes. You know, they make a deal with two countries overseas, and the money goes to Switzerland. Well, if we take the deductions out of the taxes, in other words, if they stop the investment overseas by restricting the amount they can deduct off their U.S. taxes, that would greatly help. If Trump can do that, that would really be a blessing. But there's people like Dr. Jennifer Doudna. I mentioned her before. She's got over 100 patents. She's helped start 5 biotechnology firms. I mean, these are the kind of people you have to get. They're spark plugs for the industry. These are the kind of people you got to boost and get going and provide them the money, the capital to start, the angel financing. This is what you need, angel financing. Maybe you can do it through alumni organizations. I don't know, but that would be a good place to start our investment companies.
Well, listen, we got to start investing in the workforce. We got to start giving people money to be able to invest. You know, he even talked about coming up with a solution to help people that have no pensions. You know, we talked earlier about how many people are working that don't have health care. Lewis, you realize how many people are working that don't have a pension, and they're going to have to live on Social Security. And you know as well as I do, how does that happen? I mean,
that's what I'm doing right now. I was caregiver for over 20 years. Took care of my mother and dad and my uncle. 24/7, 365, no vacations, over 20 years.
But how are you doing that?
It was very difficult, round the clock. It was very, very difficult. It was the most difficult thing I ever did in my life. And I don't have a pension. I was a contractor before that, so I never had one. I had to make my own. It was very difficult. And the opportunities are there. We just need the education boost. The Chinese and certain foreign countries, they graduate 10 times to 15 times the technical people that we do now. And they send their graduate students over here.
So what do you think happens to this country if we don't start making more things in America? What happens?
Well, we lose our position of technical expertise. We lose that consultancy position, and it just degrades in time, you know. And we have to stop that because we could end up, as a third world country. That's the problem.
See, I think we're almost there. I mean, when you look at the deficit, and we have $38 trillion in debt plus $1 trillion in credit card debt. I mean, how can you call yourself a thriving country when you're dealing with those kind of numbers? How can you do that?
Well, I think we can get out of it. I really do. I just think we got to have some smart people. We can't be arguing over, piddly crap down in D.C. We have to have very good people. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. We We have to have people that are independent of politics, people that are genuine. I can't be bought, Rob. There's people could lay $1 billion on my kitchen table, and I wouldn't take it if it was illegal or whatever. I would not take it. They could raise it to $10 billion. I cannot be bought, but I would be very, very grateful if I had a position to forward this country.
Listen, most people would do exactly what you said. I would do. Most people would do. I would never do anything to harm anyone for any amount of money. But it seems like we have more people who just want to generate wealth. And, that's why these cartels, the show coming up after me is going to examine how they become so powerful. They become so powerful because of money. It's all greed. And greed has taken over the world. I mean,
absolutely.
Listen, if I'm Marco Rubio, I tell Cuba, we're coming in. Right now, and if I were you, I wouldn't do anything, and I'd have a flotilla behind me. I mean, we're the United States of America. I mean, come on now. Do you realize how many bullies are out there pushing us? When we were growing up, how long this stuff would have lasted? But the sad thing of it is, I don't think if some of these countries would come in here and invade our country, that the American citizens would fight for the country.
That's true. They wouldn't. I was down at the border 50 years ago. I worked down there. I worked on both sides, and it was very, very corrupt then. And and the situation. You have to have people in positions that cannot be bought. That's the situation. That's what you have to have. If you have these politicians that are constantly taking legislative bribery, that isn't going to work for the continuation of a good, healthy society.
Well, I just scratch my head. And even when you try to make people understand ultimate sacrifice, not just on the battlefield, but the work that has gone into making this country what it is, and we really have gotten away from it for 40 years. They just want to go after a politician or point fingers or just talk hate. Nobody wants to talk solutions, and that's not the America that I know. I mean, and here we have these great opportunities as far as industry and business, and people just don't want it. They would rather see empty property, crumbling buildings, a tax base that is buried to the point where their school district and health care, everything's being affected, as opposed to somebody actually doing something good for the future. I want to do stuff that's going to affect this country 25, 50 years down the road. I can't understand if our parents had that same thought process, you and I wouldn't be here talking the way we're talking right now.
That's true. I just want to tell you that there's over 2,000 patents in the patent office that aren't released. They're given numbers, but there's a lot of technology that is not being developed as a result of the government controlling that. And there's a lot of energy patents there too, and because they're trying to preserve the status quo or the Defense Department. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in this country that we really don't have a handle on.
Smart man. Keep up the good work. Call me anytime, okay?
Okay. I appreciate your help, Rob. You're a great pusher of good ideas down there in Pittsburgh.
I'm trying, buddy. I'm really trying. All right, David and Butler, you're next. Anybody else wants to jump in here, feel free. Busy night, but we're just about done. And I don't want you to get shortchanged. I don't want you to put your head on the pillow with something you could talk to me about right now. We've been very brisk on the phone lines, but let's have a good finish and wrap this thing up. Stay with us. Your Pratt Pack, 866-391-1020.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy. Delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down. But they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. A couple of more calls before we say goodnight. Let's go to David in Butler. David, good evening and welcome to the show.
Thank you for taking my call, Rob. I wanted to say I enjoyed the gentleman who spoke just before me. Very intelligent gentleman, and I agree with him 100%. He praised your efforts, and I will as well. You were big on promoting the Nippon Steel deal, and now you're into promoting the data centers and energy production, the energy production business. And please keep up the good work because it's a direction we need to go in. I wanted to comment for a minute about tariffs. I enjoyed President Trump's presentation last night, and I thought he had an excellent idea. He said he thought about using tariffs to replace our income tax. That's brilliant. I remember, I'll give away my age, back in the 50s and the 60s when the steel mills were booming in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was a place to be. I remember meeting people from the Carolinas, from down south, out west. If you needed a good job in the United States, you came to Pittsburgh, and it was booming. The population was 3-4 times what it is today. And it was all because tariffs protected our steel industry and all the other businesses where you now see empty buildings. If we bring back tariffs, and I agree it may not happen overnight, but it can happen a lot faster than people think it can happen, that will create the incentive for people who want to sell their products in America to manufacture their products here. We already see some of the automobile companies doing this, and that's a plus for the United States. Unfortunately, we've lost some industries completely, like the textile industry, but we can recreate it here. My point is, I heard people earlier say, manufacturing's gone, it's never coming back. That was we went through 8 years of that with Barack Obama. He had a flip statement he would make when someone asked, can we bring manufacturing back? His response was, what do you think? I have a magic wand? It's gone. It's never coming back. Well, my point is we can do what we believe we can do, but if we don't believe it, we can't do it. Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. If he didn't believe he could do it, we wouldn't have telephones. Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. If he didn't believe he could do it, we wouldn't have light bulbs. We can do what we believe we can do. We need to bring manufacturing back here. The country financially has hit a tipping point, $40 trillion in debt. We need to get back to a balanced budget. Manufacturing is what's called wealth creation. That's what's missing. We need to return it. We need more wealth creation. And when people see wealth creation starting to happen in this country again, all the deadbeats will want their piece of the action, and they'll be working along with all the other good people. All right, Rob, I want to thank you for taking my call.
All right, David. Let's see what Paul from Avalon has to say about these data centers. Paul, welcome to the program. You're on the air with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Yeah, I think people would be more excited about this happening if they were going to be making something real, not the ability to issue TikTok challenges and to tweet people. You know, this is a city that's used to making steel that made cars and airplanes possible in buildings. And then when the steel industry shut down, we all went into the medical field, you know, that people would come from other countries to be treated at UPMC. And see, I think that's why you're not getting.
And that's a very legitimate debate. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, they were saying we're coming in to do this, that, and the other, something you could physically use. You know, we're going to invent something that does something that's not capable right now, but.
Well, here's what I think. Here's what I think is going to happen. There will be more offshoots because of it. There'll be so much energy that's going to be produced. I think it will actually bring the price of residential electricity down. You'll have more companies want to come in and be a part of it because it is the wave of the future. Many of these companies are going to be needing data, meaning power, because of artificial intelligence. It'll keep the human element involved. It'll keep the building trades busy, and it'll bring much-needed tax dollars in. Believe me, Facebook Meta is not getting any tax breaks to sign a 20-year contract at the old Bruce Mansfield plant. They're spending good old American currency, not pennies on the dollars, billions on the dollar. And that's what you have to look at. Paul, good stuff. Okay, busy night. Let's see if we can get one more. Let's go to Elizabeth and say hi to Joe. Joe, you're on the air. KDK, how are you?
Hey, Rob. Great show, man. Hey, I'll tell you what I saw last night and heard, man. And people better start looking at the glass full, not half full, empty. The pessimism is just horrible, you know. And we got what's going on in Greenland. You can't imagine what they're going to put up there as far as nuclear facilities. We're going to have all the power we need. We're going to be octopussing. You know what octopussing is, right?
All kinds of tentacles. Yep.
Oh, brother, we're going to go like crazy, and these kids better get in line for it, or they're going to get passed up on it. That's all I got to say.
All right, Joe, appreciate it. Yeah, listen, I think that's a great way to kind of summarize, and I've been saying it. If we don't get young people interested in what is being created and generated in the world of energy right here in our region, they're going to get left behind. Because you see, you're going to continue to have declining numbers in those jobs that many of these young people were going after, because there's not going to be a need for them as much, because you're not going to have a middle class at all, or even any kind of remnants of it. The true jobs that exist that guarantee a high school graduate or somebody in their early 20s who wants to make a career change, that guarantees them a healthy paycheck, good health care, and a more than livable wage, but the best part of all, a pension. Not Social Security, that's gravy, but a pension. It's the carpenters, it's the plumbers, it's the electricians. And as I have learned from my carpenter friends, the pile drivers, the heavy equipment operators, the iron workers, the boiler makers, I'm telling you, that is where it is. And for young people, go to the local community college. Go to a school where you can learn about AI. Get educated in it. If you're going to college, take a course in AI, artificial intelligence, learn technology, because you're going to be working in these data centers running all of this stuff, just like back in the day they were making steel, or somebody was guiding a train on the railroad, or basically navigating a barge up the river. I'm telling you, it's going to be back to hard hats, work boots, and a lunch pail. People are going to be doing, and this is the thing that nobody talks about, 8 hours on the job, 8 hours home, 8 hours of rest. It's going to make everybody happier and healthy. I'm telling you, it's the future. Embrace it. Your Pratt Pack. Good night.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Lenny McAllister.
There are two things that are going on internationally that we need